Hello. Sorry, I am late today, but it's been a busy morning. Had an appointment and lots of stuff. So I am alternate tour. Thank you for joining me today. I almost forgot who I was. I'm going to title today's stream. Probably will sound like we'll just call it today's stream Obscene 1980s phone call because uh, it's going to storm here pretty soon, and my oldest Dane is scared to death of them. She's already scared. And I'm like, it's sunny outside. There's nothing here. There's nothing around. It's coming. And apparently she knows. So she is laying down beside me snoring. So if you hear that, that's all that is. And if it thunders, rains, lightning, you're going to hear heavy breathing. Probably see her because she'll probably just be standing right here, panting, annoyingly panting. Because I can't stream from my closet. If I could, she would just be laying in there. Anyway, um, we are going to take a look at Lamar Johnson's hearing. And it took place in Missouri. And we're going to watch it because, one, I have never watched a full hearing where somebody is trying to basically get exonerated from charges. He was charged with unaliving, I believe, a friend of his back in October 1994. He was convicted in July of 1995 and sentenced to life in prison in September of 1995. I believe, if I heard it correctly, the original prosecutor is was on board with having this hearing to get his sentence overturned to free him. That says a lot. We're only going to listen to, I guess, I don't know if they would call them opening arguments or opening statements or whatever today. It's in front of a judge. And so we'll hear from Mr. Johnson's side first and then the state. I listened, the audio's not great. I listened to it this morning, and I don't want to, I guess they're the defense. It's Lamar Johnson's attorneys. Um, Made a great opening if half of what they said is true. I don't know why the state's arguing at all. But I mean, it's the state, so I guess uh, it's very interesting, and we will see witnesses, and but not today. As we finish this up, it's only a 3-day hearing, so it won't take us long. But there's a jailhouse snitch involved. There's a detective that may or may not have said that Mr. Johnson made a statement that he did not make. It took place back in the 90s. So the defendant is a black man, and the supposed witness is a white guy. He has since recanted his statement, and there's some allegations of race in there, racism. I believe one of I here's the problem. You have to pay attention because I was listening in my car as I was driving today, and there is, I think there's a Lamar, a Lamont. There's two, maybe two last names of Johnson, and somebody else had the same last name. And one's like a detective and one's an inmate. So it's, and even the judge is going like, who are you talking about? A couple of times. But the judge interjects. He gets to ask questions. It's kind of fascinating to me because for me, I found this because there's another hearing that took place last week that I'm waiting for the judge's ruling on. And I have not watched that hearing. But that whole mentality of you're only arrested if you're guilty, you're only charged if you're guilty, you're only convicted if you're guilty needs to go out the window. because these hearings made me, all I did on YouTube was look up exonerated inmates. There's a flood of them. It's insane. So these hearings are important. They're older hearings, and people usually think like DNA or something like that's go exonerates them. And a lot of times it does. I don't think that's the case here. Um, this is a whole witness thing. This is all you're going to hear if you watched Ty Tucker's case, or if you have paid attention to anything of Ty Tucker's case. In the defense's opening, you're going to hear a lot that's going to make you there's so easy to make comparisons between the two of them, of what happened here and what's happening there. It was shocking to me. I'm like, wow, we've heard this story before, and it's maybe gonna not work out for Ty as well. It didn't work out for this guy. So it's crazy to me. And it's also telling that the original prosecutor, if I understood that right, is the one that also wanted this hearing to happen. That tells you a lot. So yes, George, I agree. Judges do need to hold the state to a higher standard. And I understand why it is the way it is, but we have to look at the evidence most favorable in the light most favorable to the state. Drives me nuts. Like their life isn't on the line here. Why do we have to look at it their way? They have everything. They have everything they have DNA, they have experts, they have the detectives, they have the police, they have everything. The defense is sitting over here just hoping that they give them everything. And it's so I understand it. I understand the reasoning. I just don't like it. But nobody asked me. So let's get started. So that way, uh, if the storms get here, then I hope to get this done beforehand. Yes. And they absolutely have the funding. And I know like police departments and things like that don't just get unlimited funding, but you watch the state go after somebody that they really, really want, and that money just seems to flow like a waterfall. And then they're like, when the defense has to bring somebody in and hire them, well, how much are you getting paid? Well, I'm sorry, I'm not on your payrolls. It just, yeah. Hey, Stormy, what's up? How you doing? Probably hot is my guess. All right. So I have everything boosted here. So I hope that's not horrible. Make sure I have this turned all the way up too. Yep, I do. So hopefully you guys have, and there's no closed captioning on this one, of course. So let me know how the sound is, please. And thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Counsel. You may all be seated. Court calls the matter of Circuit Attorney of 22nd Judicial Circuit, ex-rel Lamar Johnson. This is cause 2222-CC09375. This cause is before this court pursuant to a motion of the Circuit Attorney on behalf of the relator to ask the court to revisit the issue of whether the defendant may be actually innocent pursuant to Missouri statutes. Let the record reflect that while I have so many attorneys, why don't you just each announce yourself for the record? Let's move left to right. Go. Thank you, Your Honor. President Isaac, on behalf of the state of Missouri. Good morning, Your Honor.
Very good. With the Attorney General's office.
Morning, Judge. Lindsay Reynolds on behalf of Lamar Johnson.
All right, let me try something real quick. All right. I had, like your eye doctor, tell me, is this better or worse? Number one, this will be number one. And what we were just listening to will be number two.
Jonathan Potts, prosecutor on behalf of the Circuit Attorney's Office.
Charlie Weiss, Your Honor, on behalf of the St. Louis Circuit Attorney's Office.
And keep in mind, they're not by mics right at the moment.
All right. This motion is advanced, obviously, by the circuit attorney. So therefore, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you guys right there. Go ahead.
Matthew, over on behalf of
Are all those who are announcing on behalf of Lamar Johnson employed through the Innocence Project?
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm a partner of the law firm.
So everybody that's speaking right now is not by the mic, but the judge sounds clearer to me. So does he sound clearer to you? Because I took the bass off. Just have the voice boosted. So it sounds a lot clearer to me, but I don't know how it sounds to all you guys.
All right. So you're the only person from the Innocence Project?
That's correct. I'm employed, but we're still going to partners.
All right. Barry Scheck's an old friend of mine, so I'm going to tell you how you do. He said, I'm going to report it directly to Barry, so you better be, all right. All right, it sounds good. Since Circuit Attorney is advancing the motion, I will allow both sides to give me a general opening statement. Since Lamar Johnson is the real party in interest, keep in mind that I might allow his direct representation. I did not see in the statute, however, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, where there's a provision for direct representation of the relator, what I now define as the relator given the nature of the statute. So I'm going to look at the principal attorneys as attorneys representing the circuit attorney, since the attorney is the movement on behalf of the relator. And then I'll be looking at the Attorney General, since the statute does seem to allow an opportunity for the Attorney General's office to respond. You're probably sitting at the wrong table, so I think I can work it out mentally. That being the case, then, counsel for the Circuit Attorney's Office, you have leave. Hold on, let me get I need a notepad. I thought I had one up here.
And Judge, if I may, before we begin, the state of Missouri would like to invoke the rule.
Okay, is there anybody in my courtroom who has been told that they might be a witness in this case? This is all I have. Another notepad.
I can get you.
Please do. Let me look for anybody in the court. Okay, those of you who've been told you might be witnesses, could you please leave the courtroom?
Judge, Lamar Johnson is going to.
And they are sitting backwards. The state's over on the what is usually the defense side. So the woman that's standing up right now is on the defendant's counsel.
Oh, he's a party. Real party in interest, actually.
And it's the court's ruling regarding principal attorneys that Mr. Johnson's counsel.
No, witnesses. The rule of sequestration is only witnesses.
No, Judge, of course. I was wanting to clarify. I understand the principal attorney's ruling. Does the court anticipate permitting Mr. Johnson to make any questions if he feels it's necessary of a witness, limited though it might be?
I'll have to think about that. A lot depends on how I see the testimony develop. I'm not interested in cumulative evidence, all right? If you feel that the attorney representing the circuit attorney's office has missed the boat on something, your first step should be to lean over to them and tell them. If there's a dispute between you, but you think it's important in terms of the interest of your client, then ask permission to inquire of the witness. Under that standard, I'm not going to give it to you. Has everyone left the room who thinks they might be a witness? All right. I'm gonna give me a minute to take a look at these faces. Because anybody who walks up to be a witness that I see right now, you will not be allowed to testify. So attorneys, you better make sure you don't have a witness sitting out there.
I like this judge so far.
I'm bad on names, great on faces. All right. Then, of course, the rules secretary is going to be granted. Anything further before we begin? All right. Counsel for the circuit attorney, you have leave to give opening statement to the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. This is a rather historic moment in this court. This is the first time in the history of the 22nd Judicial Circuit where the court is hearing an actual innocence claim filed by a prosecuting attorney. This case began in 2019 when the circuit attorney filed a motion for a new trial for Lamar Johnson. The case arose out of the circuit attorney's conviction integrity unit where they reviewed cases to see whether or not any case in the past was wrongfully decided or an innocent person was convicted. They determined in this case that Lamar Johnson was innocent. However, this circuit court, not you, Your Honor, dismissed the case because there was no rule that allowed a prosecuting attorney to file a motion for a new trial 20-some years later after the conviction. You can file a motion for a new trial, but it has to be filed within 15 days of the conviction. Now we're talking about 20-some years. The case was appealed to the Court of Appeals here in St. Louis, and they affirmed it in a per curiam opinion in December of 2019. It went up to the Missouri Supreme Court. The Missouri Supreme Court in March of 2021 affirmed it also.
Sorry, that is not me. I forgot about the little computer beeps. There's a lot of those. It's like almost like body cam beeps, but that's them.
But several opinions were written in the case, some concurring opinions, some dissenting opinions, but there was a suggestion that there was a real need for a rule or a statute. Sure. They did, Your Honor. They did. I don't have the citation, but it's the State of Missouri versus Lamar Johnson, and it was issued in March of 2021.
Anybody give me that citation?
I may have that.
I'm sure it's very briefly, but
I have a copy of the opinion, Your Honor. It was don't have the citation, but I'll give you my copy if you want it.
any problem with me giving this copy? Counsel?
No, Judge.
Even if it says all these notes, both of us.
We trust you, Judge.
Thank you very much. I really need it. Go ahead, Counsel.
So as a result of that, so they suggested that this matter be resolved by the legislature. As a result of that, a new statute was drafted and passed by the legislature in August in 2021. A number of people in the room here were involved in drafting that statute. The first case that was tried under that statute was the Strickland case. It was tried last year in Jackson County, Missouri, and the person was found innocent. We filed this case on behalf of Circuit Attorney's Office in August of this year.
In the Strickland case, the judge is finding the fact that he was involved, assuming that they were that such document was done.
I did not, but Ms. Thomas probably can tell us.
There was a finding of facts.
You have a copy of that, right? All right. You can go ahead and look for it while he changes his opening statement. Go ahead, Counsel.
So this statute that we're pursuing today is the innocence statute, and it's section 547.031, and we've attached it or quoted it in our motion to vacate, Your Honor. And basically it says that a prosecuting attorney in any jurisdiction in Missouri in which a person was convicted of an offense may file a motion to vacate or set aside at any time if he or she has information, not evidence, information that the convicted person may be innocent and may have been erroneously convicted. In that case, then the court shall grant an evidentiary hearing, which you're doing today, Your Honor, to vacate or set aside the judgment where the court finds that there is clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence or constitutional error at the original trial or plea that undermines the confidence of the judgment. In considering the motion, the court shall take into consideration the evidence presented at the original trial, the evidence presented at any direct appeal or post-conviction proceeding, including state or federal habeas actions, and this is important, the information and evidence presented at the hearing on the motion. The reference to information was specifically included in the statute so that in the search for justice and truth, we didn't get hung up on technical evidentiary rulings. So in this case, before you, Your Honor, you're entitled to consider any information and evidence presented at this hearing. I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene itself that we're having a hearing on today.
Before you go in, not a trial de novo, right?
I understand.
So make sure that you only discuss those things which might cause a reasonable judge to consider the possibility of actual innocence. Right, so.
Okay. I think to do that, Your Honor, I want to talk a little bit about the crime itself. Because the evidence that convicted him and convicted Mr. Johnson included an eyewitness testimony. And of course, I want to talk a little bit about how questionable.
Do you have the transcripts? I'm sure you do. The transcripts of the civil witnesses in the trial below?
I think, Your Honor, we attached the transcript of the trial to our motion.
Right. Don't expect the judge to work for you. You've got to give me those excerpts from the testimony that supports your position. Same thing for the attorney general's office. All right? Don't expect me to go through it all, try to figure out what goes this way and what goes that way. You do your work for you.
Sure, Your Honor.
You do your work, I'll read your work. So.
Sure, absolutely. Jonathan, can you bring I want to show the court a little bit to understand what's happening here. We have a picture of the actual crime scene where this occurred. It occurred, Your Honor.
Why didn't you give me the screen? I guess I do. Hold on. Can you do this? I guess if you send it on that, I don't think I'm going to use it. But it blocks my view to this one.
We can bring that over here, Your Honor, where you can see it. Does that make it better for you?
Yeah, what about that monitor over there? Yes, that monitor.
I was wondering what you were posting. It's like, should seriously like posting another YouTube. Hang on a sec. I gotta figure out. I gotta match it up. Hang on. Who's that? Because there's like 20 minutes longer. All right, give me 1 second. All right, so I just have this starting at the beginning of the defendant's opening statement. If that's okay. Oh my goodness, my stomach. I have strawberries. I'm going to eat some. Not that you guys care. All righty. We're going to trust you, Gabby.
This is a rather historic moment in this court. This is the first time in the history of the 22nd Judicial Circuit where the court is hearing an actual innocence claim filed by a prosecuting attorney. This case began in 2019 when the circuit attorney filed a motion for a new trial for Lamar Johnson. The case arose out of the circuit attorney's conviction integrity unit, where they reviewed cases to see whether or not any case in the past was wrongfully decided or an innocent person was convicted. They determined in this case that Lamar Johnson was innocent. However, the circuit court, not you, Your Honor, dismissed the case because there was no rule that allowed a prosecuting attorney to file a motion for a new trial 20-some years later after the conviction. You can file a motion for a new trial, but it has to be filed within 15 days of the conviction. Now we're talking about 20-some years. The case was appealed to the Court of Appeals here in St. Louis, and they affirmed it in a per curiam opinion in December of 2019. It went up to the Missouri Supreme Court in March of 2021, affirmed it also. But several opinions were written in the case, some concurring opinions, dissenting opinions, but there was a suggestion that there was a real need for a rule or a statute. Sure.
Did the Supreme Court publish its opinion?
They did, Your Honor.
All right.
They did. I don't have the citation, and it's the state of Missouri versus Lamar Johnson, and it was issued in March of 2021.
Can anybody give me that citation?
I may have that.
I'm sure it's buried in the briefing, but
I have a copy of the opinion, Your Honor. It was don't have the citation, but I'll give you my copy if you want it.
any problem with me giving you this copy? Counselor?
No, Judge.
Even though it says all these notes vote for us?
We trust you, Judge.
Thank you very much. I'm going to leave this. Go ahead, Counselor.
So as a result of that, so they suggested that this matter be resolved by the legislature. As a result of that, a new statute was drafted and passed by the legislature in August in 2021. A number of people in the room here were involved in drafting that statute. First case that was tried under that statute was the Strickland case. It was tried last year in Jackson County, Missouri, and the person was found innocent. We filed this case on behalf of Circuit Attorney's Office in August of this year.
Did you proffer in any other briefing in the Strickland case, the judge is finding the fact that includes the law, assuming that such document was even done?
I did not, but Ms. Reynolds probably can tell us.
There was a finding of facts and conclusions of
You have
law.
a copy of that, right?
We did this one, Judge.
All right. You can go ahead and look for it while he continues to go. Go ahead, Counselor.
So this statute that we're pursuing today is the innocence statute, and it's section 547.031, and we've attached it or quoted it in our motion to vacate, Your Honor. And basically it says that a prosecuting attorney in any jurisdiction in Missouri in which a person was convicted of an offense may file a motion to vacate or set aside at any time if he or she has information, not evidence, information that the convicted person may be innocent and may have been erroneously convicted. In that case, then the court shall grant an evidentiary hearing, which you're doing today, Your Honor, to vacate or set aside the judgment where the court finds that there is clear and convincing evidence of actual innocence or constitutional error at the original trial or plea that undermines the confidence of the judgment. In considering the motion, the court shall take into consideration the evidence presented at the original trial, the evidence presented at any direct appeal or post-conviction proceeding, including state or federal habeas actions, and this is important here, the information and evidence presented at the hearing on the motion. The reference to information was specifically included in the statute so that in the search for justice and truth, we didn't get hung up on technical evidentiary rulings. So in this case, before you, Your Honor, you're entitled to consider any information and evidence presented at this hearing. I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene itself that we're having a hearing on today.
Before you go in, it's not a trial de novo, all right?
I understand.
So make sure that you only discuss those things which might cause a reasonable judge to consider the possibility of actual innocence. All right, go.
Okay. I think to do that, Your Honor, I want to talk a little bit about the crime itself. Because the evidence that convicted him, convicted Mr. Johnson, included an eyewitness testimony. And of course, I want to talk a little bit about how questionable.
Do we have the transcripts? I'm sure you do. And I'm just asking.
The
Transcripts of the pivotal witnesses in the trial below?
I think, Your Honor, we attached the transcript of the trial to our motion.
All right. Don't expect the judge to work for you. You've got to give me those excerpts from the testimony that support your position. Same thing for the Attorney General's office. All right? Don't expect me to go through it all, try to figure out what goes this way and what goes that way. You do your work for me.
Sure, Your Honor.
You do your work, I'll read your work.
Sure, absolutely. Jonathan, can you bring I want to show the court a little bit to understand what's happening here. We have a picture of the actual crime scene where this occurred. It occurred, Your Honor.
Do I need to be able to see the screen? I guess I do. Hold on. Can you move this? I guess if we set it on that, it would stay connected. Yeah, because I don't think I'm going to need for it, but it blocks my view to this one. I tell you what, do you see those two wires there?
We can bring that over here, Your Honor, where you see it. Does that make it better for you?
Yeah, what about that monitor over there? Did it move? Yes, that monitor moved. Okay, just push it out of the way.
Bring it.
Okay. All right, Counselor, you can come up here now. Thank you very much.
So what you're seeing, Your Honor, is the actual house on Louisiana, 3910 Louisiana, where the murder occurred. This fence and gate was not present at the time. This picture was taken long after the incident. But it occurred at 9 p.m. at night on October 30, 1994, the day before Halloween. It was dark. There were no street lights illuminating this course. The only light that was illuminating it was there's a stairs that comes down from this door. The door was open, the door was open, the screen door was closed, so you could see a little bit of light from the
Single family home or?
There's a two-family, Your Honor. One goes upstairs here, and one this door here was the ground floor. So on that day of October 30, 1994, Howard Johnson, who's going to be a witness here, and Phil Campbell, who's no longer living, Your Honor, got together that day and they started talking about a number of things, but one of the things they talked about at the end of the day was One of their friends were with them. By the way, they lived at 3944 up the street from this house at 3910. And Cerrone Spates had been working with Marcus Boyd, the victim in this case, selling drugs. Thought he had been cheated and receiving some of the funds. So he was in a neck brace and wasn't in very good shape. So his buddies, Howard Johnson and Phil Campbell, decided that they were going to go down, teach Mr. Boyd a lesson, and rob him because he owed Buffy Spates money. So that evening, a witness in this case, somebody witness today maybe, James Gregory Elking, who also had bought drugs from Marcus Boyd, went over to Boyd's house that evening to see if he could get some drugs. When he got there,
So Marcus Boyd is the victim. He was the one that was unalived. I believe that's his house. Philip Campbell was there, and I believe there is a detective with the last name of Campbell, so that gets a little bit confusing. Mr. Elkins is the quote unquote eyewitness. He went over there, the case explained, to buy illegal substances when this supposedly happened. So that's the players that we have so far. I wish he would stay by the microphone.
Marcus Boyd was not there. So while he was there waiting, but he waited, and Marcus Boyd and his wife, Leslie, had just returned from grocery shopping. They saw Elking there and said, "Just wait a minute, we'll put the groceries away," which they did, and Marcus Boyd came back downstairs, and Elking and Boyd sat on the porch talking. At around 9 o'clock, Mr. Howard and Mr. Campbell leave the back door of his mother's house, they were at his mother's house, walk down an alley behind this house, and come up the side alley here, and go up the steps. Elking is sitting there, Boyd is sitting there, and before you know it, one of them grabs Elking and pulls him down the bottom of the steps. The other two, in effect, shoot Boyd. This all happens in a matter of seconds.
Stop right there. You said the other two shot Boyd.
The two.
The evidence showed that Boyd suffered wounds from two different firearms?
Yes, Your Honor, a 25 caliber and a 38 caliber. All right. So both of these gentlemen, Howard Johnson and Phil Campbell, James Howard and Phil Campbell, shot Mr. Boyd. But the important thing is, it was dark, and both assailants wore masks, ninja-type masks, and all you could see were their eyes, not their nose, not their chin, nothing. And they all had black or dark clothing on.
Back up just a second.
Sure. Sure.
Were you telling me that while Elkin and Boyd were talking to each other,
yep,
two other unidentified persons?
No, no. The two persons were James Howard and Phil Campbell.
James Howard and Phil Campbell, but at the time they had the masks.
They both had masks on and dark clothing, ninja-type clothing. Sure. You know, I have to take notes, Your Honor. I understand.
So at this point, evidence will show that these two individuals, James Howard and Bill Campbell,
yep,
fully masked up, approached and shot see his bullet?
Several times they shot him, Your Honor. They then, obviously, as you can imagine, James Gregory Elking, who was just there to buy drugs, was traumatized. He thought they were going to kill him. They did. They pointed their gun at him. By how they walked down the steps and walked back down the side of the house and got away. Mr. Elking ran as fast as he could.
I would be expecting the other attorneys to keep their eye on the crowd, because I see a lot of attorneys are going. You don't want to find yourself in a witness situation when you call the witness and I say, oh, I saw that person in the courtroom, and I don't allow them to testify. So there's enough lawyers where you can keep your eye open in case the witness comes walking in here. All right, go ahead.
So Leslie Williams, Marcus's boyfriend, had gone up to put the groceries away and also to change her and give her little baby a bath. She heard the firearms being shot down here. She runs down the steps. She sees what's happening. She runs back and calls 911. That's how the police were called. She knew Elking was here because she saw him when they came home to put the groceries away. She could not identify any of the assailants.
Because of the mask.
Because of the mask and the darkness. It was dark. Yes, Your Honor. And she knew Lamar Johnson. Lamar Johnson, the innocent person in this case, had been dealing drugs along with Marcus. They lived together in an apartment for a couple of months.
Stop where you're pointing. Did she say she saw Lamar Johnson?
No, she did not see Lamar Johnson. She could not identify the two assailants who had masks and dark clothing. She knew Marcus Johnson. She didn't say it. She saw Marcus Johnson there.
Where's the phone going? My bed is going to give you one strike on that. You can take my phone if it went off. I'm pretty sure I cut mine off. So make sure your phone is off, everyone. Go ahead.
So Elkins then is scared. He runs across the street, a couple of alleys back to his home, which is 3 or 4 blocks away. Tells his wife what happened. And they are really, they're very afraid. And so ultimately they leave their house and move out to Lime with Mr. Elking's sister. So that he was afraid that the two assailants saw him, they may come after him. So Leslie then told the police that she saw Elking there, and that she also told them that the only person that she knew might have a problem with Marcus, or Marcus might have a problem with him, was Lamar Johnson. But she never saw the two in any altercation or any physical violence or anything like that. She couldn't explain why, but she thought that Lamar might be the only one that might have a problem. So the police focused in on Lamar from the beginning. They also called Elking. And Elking and Marcus had worked together at the Sayre Printing Company at the time, down in St. Louis. But Elking didn't go to work. He was now afraid. So the police, Detective Nickerson, calls over to Elking's, got a hold of his wife. His wife said that he's very afraid. He doesn't want to come forward. He's afraid they might be after him, kill him.
Well, we get to stare at the floor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kinda weird.
So Elking, Detective Nickerson tells his wife that we want to talk to him. We'll get him. Tell him he needs a call. So he called the Detective Nickerson, and he said, I don't want you to come over to my house. I'll meet you somewhere. So they met at about 2 o'clock on November 3 at Country Buffet, a little restaurant. His wife. that was the first meeting between Mr. Elking and his wife and Detective Nickerson. Elking will testify. He will be here today or tomorrow. And he will say, look, I told them I couldn't recognize anybody. It was dark, they were wearing dark clothing, and they were wearing masks. Nickerson says, we believe you know who they were. We want you to come forward, and we'll give you protection if you're afraid so that you won't be harmed.
What was this protection supposed to be?
I think initially they just talked protection or something like that. A witness.
No type of witness protection program?
I think a witness protection unit. Our understanding now, Your Honor, I didn't know at the time, but I think neither did he. There was a witness protection unit in the prosecuting attorney's office.
And that, this may sound like dumb questions, but I just got to make sure.
Yeah, sure.
That protection was offered to Elkin.
Elking, yes, Your Honor. He said, would you take a look at some pictures? So Nickerson shows some Polaroid photographs, 5 of them, which apparently included Campbell and Lamar Johnson. Elking says, look, I told you I can't really see them. It was dark that night. They had masks on. So we'll just take a look at them. So Elking takes a look at the pictures and he says, you know, this one, something about his eyes. His eyes look strange. And Nickerson said, will you sign the back of that photograph? And Elking said, no, I'm not going to sign anything. So Nickerson goes back to the office.
Sound familiar? Both wearing masks. It was dark. I couldn't tell. But I know who it wasn't. This guy couldn't tell. The Detective Nickerson asked him to sign the back of the photograph. He wouldn't do it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. It just gets better. It just gets better.
Elkin said the eyes in the photo look strange.
Yes.
But did he say the eyes in the photo he recalled as being the same as the eyes of one of his sailors?
Somewhere along the line, Your Honor, I don't know if it was this time or other. Elking says he thought one of them had a lazy eye. Now, neither the photograph nor Lamar Johnson has a lazy eye. But that's how he thought he recognized them initially. So Nickerson says, will you come down to the station for a lineup and view a lineup? And Elking says, sure. And so Nickerson goes back to the office and sends out a arrest warrant or a warrant to pick up Lamar Johnson.
They want to put him in the lineup.
And they want to put him in the lineup, I'm sure. And so later that day, the police stop Lamar Johnson, who's driving a car, and with him is Phil Campbell. And they take them both down to the police station. This is like at night at 6 o'clock or later. And then he calls Elking and he says, I want to come out and pick you up. We've got the people in the lineup. I want you to come down. So Nickerson goes out to Elking's house. Now they're out in the county in Lemay. Picks up Elking, picks up his wife, brings him down to the police station here in downtown St. Louis. They get down to the station. The police talk to Lamar and said, we're going to read you your Miranda rights. Lamar says, I'll waive my Miranda rights. I didn't do anything. I'll be happy to stand in the lineup because I wasn't there. They can't identify me. I wasn't there. So he said, I didn't do this, Detective Nickerson, period. In the meantime, he's in a room. Nickerson leaves the room and brings in another detective, Detective Ralph Campbell. Ralph Campbell starts questioning Mr. Lamar Johnson. No one else is in the room, no cameras, no recording, nothing. And now, in Ralph Campbell's story, and he wrote a little report on it, that while I was talking to Mr. Johnson, Mr. Johnson blurted out, I shouldn't have let the white guy live. That was his, yeah, that's right. But remember, the witness, Elking, is white, Your Honor.
You just not told me that. Maybe you told me.
I probably didn't tell you, but yeah, Elking was white. And so now, so there's no recording of this. There's no statement of this. He didn't ask them to prepare a statement. And I don't even know if I guess he told Nickerson about it, but Nickerson at all times will say that Lamar has professed his innocence. He never admitted that he was there.
So just so I can tie this in, at that trial, this Campbell person,
He testified to
party
this.
from admission,
Yeah.
testified, the defendant said to me, I shouldn't have let the white guy live.
Correct, Your Honor. That's right.
All right. You guys have Crawford Campbell, did we cross-examine him this here?
Your Honor, it is our understanding that Detective Campbell, who was a 20-year veteran of the St. Louis
I
Metro.
don't need any credentials. My question was, are you going to proffer him to testify?
No, Judge, his health
All
will
right,
not
that's
allow.
all.
Can I make a comment? Sir? I wanted to talk to Ralph Campbell. I called
You're
him.
not going to be a witness. So
I called him 12 times, July and August. Talked to his wife each time. His wife said, I'll have him call you. I talked to his son, who at that time was in Oregon. He said, I'll have my dad call you. And each time I called over there, they told me he was sleeping or was eating or something, and they'd have him call me back. I've not talked to him.
So they can't. So the detective that said that Lamar Johnson made that statement of I shouldn't let the white guy live, but the white guy's the witness. He's basically avoiding them and won't come testify. I thought the same thing, Gabby. Very, very convenient that he's eating, sleeping, walking in the woods, whatever. They can't come to the phone, can't return a phone call. State doesn't have him either. So that, she wants to start in right away. Well, he was a 20-year veteran or 20-year detective at the time. Oh, I got veteran. And the judge's like, I don't care about that. What about now? Not here. Not here. It was convenient for him to be the only one to hear that statement then and not come defend it now. Now, I couldn't understand quite if the state said his health wouldn't allow it, but even at that, then just answer the phone and say my health won't allow it. I can't go, but give your statement. I'm sure they could probably have used the statement. Yes, he was feeding his pet fish tanks. I mean, it's like they made all these statements and then, nah, I don't have any proof of it and I'm not coming to defend it. Bye.
Sure.
Okay,
So Nickerson, there's no testimony that Nickerson ever heard Lamar make those comments, only Ralph Campbell. The trial, to put this in perspective, the trial lasted 2 days, only 2 days. So we'll talk a little bit about what happened. So he asked Elking to review the lineup, and they have 2 lineups. The first one, they had Lamar Johnson in it. He looks at it, he shakes his head, he says, this is Elking now, but he couldn't really identify anybody. Takes a break, walks away, comes back, second time, looks at it again, shakes his head, walks away. Third time he comes back and he says, I think it was the end guy there. Well, that was not Lamar Johnson that he picked out. So they bring in a second lineup now, and he couldn't identify anybody in the second lineup. So Nickerson then going to take him back up to the homicide room. I don't know exactly where that is. I haven't been in the police station. And in the ride to the elevator, Nickerson tells him, Mr. Elking, I know you know who it was. I know you are afraid. But, we're going to take care of you. But you got to do the right thing. You got to stand up and identify the person you saw shoot. And so Elking, and he'll testify, was.
Doesn't that kind of sound familiar? Travis Johnson, we know you know who it was. We know you know it was Ty. Don't worry about it. Captain Phelps said, we'll protect you. Here's a lineup. Todd O'Quinn going, don't know. Here's another lineup. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one making the parallels to the comparisons, whatever, to the two, but sorry, it just rings of that trial to me. Maybe
nervous and said, look, I tell you what, you tell me who they were, and I'll tell you if that's true. And so Nickerson tells him it was number 3 in lineup 1, 4 in lineup 2, and yeah.
Wasn't there any objection to this being an improper lineup as a result?
I don't believe there was. I don't think so, Your Honor. I mean, there were objections, but none of them were sustained. All this information came in. A suggested lineup? Well, we'll look at the lineups here, Your Honor, in this hearing. There were 4 black guys in each lineup, and I think it's important to know that they all wore dark clothing.
I agree.
No one had a Black Hawk red armed jacket on like we argued about last week. So, but he wasn't able to identify anybody. But on that elevator on the ride up.
Okay, I hope you guys are taking notes because I'm also a little concerned with what I just heard. If this is in fact how the evidence develops, all right? The police officer actually gave the witness some potential individuals in the lineup. This is the same police officer who evidently knew that Elkin knew the defendant, Mr. Johnson, on a personal level. So he knew this person. He's in the lineup. These 2 numbers that he suggested to Elkin, were one of those numbers assigned to Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. 3 and 4 were the 2 assailants. 3 in one and 4 in the other.
I don't get that, how that got back.
Well, they took him up to a room, said, thank you very much. You've got to be able to testify. We're going to give you protection. And Nickerson, I'll pick you up the next day at 8 o'clock in the morning. Protection turned out to be cash and payments.
How do you know that?
We have records of it, Your Honor.
And was this cash and payments put on the floor before he went back and made another identification?
No, Your Honor. He got.
This was after.
Yeah. So this is in the evening this is like 9 or. Yeah.
Did Elkin know about cash and payments before making the identification of John?
He had received no cash or payments before making the identification. He was told that they would put him in a witness protection program and move him out of his house.
Okay.
Now this is late at night, 9 or 10 o'clock at night, at least.
All right. I just need to know context.
So the next morning, Nickerson comes out, picks Haney's wife up, and brings him down to the courthouse here. Well, I don't know if this is the courthouse. It was where the circuit attorney's office was in 1994.
Does anybody know if these payments or anything after the fact, did that get into the trial below?
No, Your Honor. We didn't discover it until a few years ago. That's one of the.
Isn't this something the prosecutor would have known about?
Yes, they knew about it. And I'm just going to tell you how they knew about it. Yes, they knew about it, Your Honor. Absolutely. Isn't that strange that you wouldn't disclose that to the defense? Ever.
How about unconstitutional?
Sure. It's unconstitutional. Pure Brady material. And in fact, we're going to have a witness who was in the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Conviction Integrity Unit who discovered it.
All right. We'll see if you prove that up. Keep marching. Go ahead.
Okay. So the
Those are
next
big
day on
allegations.
November 4th, Nickerson goes back out, picks Elking and his wife back up and bring them down to the Circuit Attorney's Office to talk to the Chief Warrant Officer, Dwight Warren. Dwight will be a witness for us here in this case. And Nickerson describes the evidence he has to Warren, saying this person was a witness. He picked out, he identified Campbell and Lamar Johnson, and they issued an arrest warrant and charged him with murder that same day. So after meeting with Dwight Warren, they then took him over to the Witness Protection Unit that same morning. Introduced him to the lady that he'd be dealing with in the Witness Protection Unit, and she gave him $250,000 in cash. What did I say? $250. Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor. That would have been a big wad of cash.
Quite
So
the difference.
$250. Thank you, guys. Anyway, and these payments continued. They paid for a new apartment. They paid for utilities. They paid for storage of some of his furniture, et cetera. And overall, I think the record shows that he received $4,000+ between that time on November the 4th, 1994, and the time of the trial when he testified in July of 1995. So this was not disclosed at all, and this was discovered late in the game. It's Brady material, and we've talked about it in our motion here.
The obvious question that was not asked was, is it true that you are testifying today because you worried that the state will have to get money back?
I think that question was not asked because the defense did not know about it.
One of my students picked up on that part.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that you can imagine if you're a trial attorney, a defense attorney, how you would have handled that information, just like you said, Your Honor. So now, after they're charged on November the 4th, they're put in a holdover cells in city jail. Up to this point in time, the only evidence they have is that Elking made this very, what I call questionable and highly incredible, because I think, as a matter of fact, you will, Your Honor, and that's why we're here, absolutely. But when that night is described, it's dark, there's no light, the assailants are wearing masks and dark clothing, and it all happens in a matter of seconds. It is certainly improbable, if not impossible, for someone to identify the assailant. And we'll talk about that a little bit. So after Campbell and Lamar is taken to the holdover cell in city jail, a few days later, there was another prisoner who was jailed in the same cell block, not the same cells, several cells down, who came forward and approached the jail guards and said he had information that he wanted to talk to the police about. So the police went and talked to him. And among other things, he said he heard Lamar tell a person by the name of Lamont to take care of the white boy.
Hold on. I didn't find it. He heard somebody named Lamont.
Yes.
Not Lamar.
Not Lamar heard. He heard Lamar tell Lamont.
Okay, so Lamar tells Lamont,
Oh, you've got to take care of the white boy.
you have to take care of the white boy.
Right. Among other things, that's
That's what this. I don't think he gave the name of the.
his name was.
So, prison snitch. supposedly heard Lamar is the defendant, tell Lamont to take care of the white boy, which would be the supposed eyewitness that they've been talking about. So pay attention to this to this good old convenient prison snitch, jailhouse snitch, because I don't think it was in prison at that time. Jailhouse snitch. He's he's something.
William Mock, Your Honor.
Spell that last name for me?
M-O-C-K. M-O-C-K.
I know it gets worse.
So
Lamar,
Mark
Lamont.
is
Lamar.
Lamar say to, he said
To Lamont.
Lamont. And then what's the quote?
You got to take care of the white boy.
You gotta take care of the white boy. Was Lamont in prison at the time?
Lamont and Campbell, after they were charged on November 4th, were put in the city jail holdovers area, and Mock was in that same area, not in the same cell.
I'm trying to figure out why would, give me some facts
Sure.
to suggest that the defendant would have an expectation that Lamont would be able to, quote, take care of the white boy, end quote.
Don't know. There was no Lamont in jail, Your Honor. That's the problem. There was no Lamont in the jail at the time.
You can't even figure out who this Lamont person is.
Correct. Correct.
And I'm going to assume that the white boy is focused on because
Elking.
this is a neighborhood where a, quote, white male would be an unusual resident.
Well, certainly he was. The reason is because Elking, who was the witness to this crime, there are only two witnesses. Pardon?
Are there plenty of white guys who live in this neighborhood?
Yeah.
I
I don't know how many white guys are in that neighborhood, Your Honor.
So we have a name of who this particular white guy is.
Mr. Elking.
All right.
Yeah. That's a good question. I don't know the makeup of the neighborhood. Okay. I'm sure it was a mixed neighborhood at the most, but I don't know, Your Honor.
All right, I got you. Sorry, but I want to make sure I
So Mock.
keep this straight so I
Yeah.
can test your oath against the other.
So it turns out that Mock has a long criminal history, having been convicted in 4 or 5 different states in this country at various times. He was in city jail because his probation that was given to him by a judge in Kansas City, Judge Mason, not you, Your Honor, but a different Judge Mason, had revoked his probation. They picked him up here and put him in city jail. That's what he was doing there. Turns out this same jailhouse informant in '92, 2 years earlier, was in Kansas City jail with a cellmate. He approached the guards in that jail and said he had information about a homicide. He wanted to talk to the jailhouse guards. He told the guards that his cellmate had confessed to him that his cellmate had taken part in a vehicular homicide. This is another case in California where Mock, similar to what he had here, came forward to the jail guards and told them that his cellmate had confessed that he took.
Did that prosecutor act on that?
That information was not provided to the defense.
No, my question was, when I say that the prosecutor act on that information, did the prosecutor put Mock on the stand in front of the jury to testify that a defendant said, I was involved in that?
In the Kansas City case, I think yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you already gone through the process once. Go ahead.
So he does testify in this case. He, in his deposition, he said he'd never been in a mental institution. The prosecution at the trial testified that he really didn't ask for anything. He was just coming forward as a good citizen with the information he provided. It turns out that in 3 felonies were disclosed.
I'm sorry, Mr. White, I just need to make sure we're talking about the same thing, because I asked you some questions about Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
First time,
Yes,
and this person testified in Kansas City,
my understanding is he did, Your Honor.
all right? Co-counsel wants to consult with you,
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe that they pled out that case.
all right?
And they pleaded, it pled it out because I think he made a statement that this is what he heard.
All right, so he said it, but it turned out evidently to be true in that case.
The guy was convicted.
Now, in
And
this
can't-
case,
yeah.
same guy here in St. Louis, same situation comes up, I overheard this comment. Do you know the physical context? Were they in a cafeteria? Were they in a shower? Where were they when all of this occurred?
My understanding, they were in different cells in the same cell block.
Well, you say different cells. Do you know how close?
30 feet or more, my understanding.
With the allegation that Mr. Johnson was yelling this out?
I think he did say that they were yelling at some point.
But the only person I'm gathering from the way you set up your opening who heard this was this one mom.
Yes, Your Honor. None of the other people in the cell block had heard it.
What benefit, if any, did Mark receive in Kansas City?
In Kansas City, I think he received he might have received parole or probation.
We might,
We have those records. Yeah.
with the evidence.
Do you remember? He received probation, Your Honor.
So he already knew that there could be some benefit from this kind of information.
Yep.
Keep going.
So at trial, the prosecution said, what is he going to get out of this? He might get a letter to the parole board, but that's all. He wasn't asking for anything else. That's what the prosecution in Lamar Johnson case told the jury. In his deposition, he said he had never testified in a case like he did, and he never been involved in a case like he was in Kansas City, and he said he'd never been in a mental institution. Turns out he was in a mental institution for over a month or more.
Do you know what the diagnosis was?
I don't know what the diagnosis was, Your Honor.
All right.
He also wrote a number of letters to the prosecuting attorney here in St. Louis. He said,
These closed captionings are awful. The trashing attorney. I mean, I don't know if you're shocked that a jailhouse snitch lied, or that they got a little probation. Yep. Convenient. I've never done this before. Let me testify against your guy. It's all good. I'm not asking for anything. Wink, wink. Ah, so frustrating. 30 yards in a jail. And supposedly this defendant was so dumb. He's just like, hey, Lamont, who doesn't exist apparently in that jail, go take care of the white guy. How's Lamont gonna go take care of the white guy? That's what the judge was like. How's he gonna go do that? Well, there wasn't a Lamont in that jail. Lamont doesn't exist. So I guess he was just yelling it out into the atmosphere to just get to Lamont somehow to go take care of the white guy. That's if you believe the jailhouse snitch.
I think my testimony would warrant a pardon from the governor, Governor Carnahan at the time. I think I should get probation and parole. I think I should get favored treatment in prison, but I also want to promise that I don't have to go back to the Department of Corrections, even though my probation has been revoked. He wrote a number of letters like that. None of that information was disclosed to the defense. So he expected a whole lot of things.
From the governor? Okay.
I'm dying to ask, who was the prosecutor?
Prosecutor was Dwight Warren. Dwight is retired.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Keep going.
I think he's going to, we asked him, we don't know how. We asked him, he's going to come to trial. I don't know whether it's going to be tomorrow or Wednesday.
Okay, so
He's
the
got-
name they just mentioned, Dwight Warren, was the prosecutor in this case, who is, he said he was they're going to try to get him to come testify. He was the one that asked for the new trial in this case. So either he knew he was doing something wrong when he did it, or he found out something later. I don't know. I hope we get to hear him, because that'll be interesting.
135 miles. He's down on Poplar Bluff, just bought a home down there. Anyway, in letters to the prosecution, Mr. Mock referred to Johnson and Campbell as two-bit N-words. So this is anyway.
Lamar said this about Johnson and Campbell.
Mock said that about Lamar Johnson and Campbell.
Johnson, Lamar Johnson and Campbell.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's Main Street.
Okay. I understand, Your Honor. So at trial, Elking testified.
Unless Mark.
Mark
Mark was black or white?
Mock was white.
Oh, he said that.
Yes.
Oopsies.
Did that get to the jury?
That did not get to the jury. Those letters were just discovered and didn't get to the jury, Your Honor. So at trial, Campbell testified, Ralph Campbell that we talked about. Mock testified, overheard this stuff in the prison, and Elking testified that he recognized Lamar Johnson as the person he saw kill Marcus Floyd. That was the three witnesses. That was their evidence. Prior to Mr. Elking testifying.
Sorry, I mean keep pausing it, but if you didn't catch it, Prison Snitch is a racist. He called the defendant, Lamar Johnson, and the Philip Campbell, I think two worthless N-words or something. That's why the judge like, is he black or white? He's white. Oh, judge didn't like that.
Prior to, he was in the courthouse waiting to go and testify. They took him into a room, and in the room was Marcus Boyd's mother and sister. Mother was crying. And basically, they were telling Mr. Johnson that he needs to go in there. Even if he has any doubts, he needs to testify that he saw he saw the assailants, and he could recognize the assailants, Mr. Johnson.
I'm sorry,
Nobody understood.
Who was sent in to be with the room?
Marcus Boyd's mother.
Marcus Boyd's mother.
The victim's mother. Marcus Boyd was the one who was killed.
Right.
Mother and sister, and they took Mr. Elking into the room.
That's what
I'm sorry, they took Mr. Elking into the room, and told him basically he was an important witness. He needs to go in that room and make sure he can identify the killer.
So they have Elkin in a room where there's the crying and breathing members of the decedent's family.
Yeah.
In the same room?
Same room. Yeah.
And in that context, they're basically telling Elkin, you've got to make an identification.
Correct. That's my understanding.
Keep going.
So Elking indeed does testify at trial. That was the three witnesses. Ralph Campbell.
So go ahead. So Elkin testifies at trial.
He did.
That person sitting there at the table is the person who fired the shot.
He did.
And did the defense attorney know about this room with the members of the decedent's family?
I do not believe so.
All right.
The defense attorney,
That would have been in the cross-examination.
I would think so. Defense attorney David Bruns, who was in the public defender's office, was the attorney representing Lamar Johnson at trial.
So I'm assuming the attorney runs going to be called to testify.
He will, Your Honor. And so Mr. Johnson was convicted, I think, on July the 12th.
Convicted on Elkins, basically pointing the finger, and Mott
Testifying, he heard Campbell.
for testifying about the statement.
Yes.
And what about this statement, I should have let the white guy live?
Ralph Campbell also testified.
Ralph Campbell testified.
Yes. There's two Campbells here. Phil Campbell was one of the assailants. Ralph Campbell was the detective. Gets a little confusing.
And it's the only person they identified, Lamar Johnson.
Mr. Elkin.
Is that the only person identified as an assailant at trial? Was that only person, Lamar Johnson? Or was somebody identified both assailants?
No. So the next guy that was tried, Phil Johnson. So let's
You mean Phil Campbell?
Phil Campbell, sorry. Phil Campbell. So, and thank you. So I think the trial ended on July 12th, 1995, less than a year after the incident. So almost immediately, Phil Campbell hasn't been tried yet, remember? He's waiting trial. So almost immediately, Phil Campbell, who's actually in jail, starts writing letters to Lamar, which we have and you will see, that I'm sorry you're in this situation. You didn't have anything to do with this. It was B.A. and me that did it. B.A. is badass Howard. He will testify also.
She was asked to repeat that.
James Howard. Yeah, James Howard.
But that was badass Howard.
So you'll see these 4 letters that he wrote within days after he's convicted. This is
Days
after Lamar Johnson was convicted.
within days.
Within days, he started receiving these letters. He told his,
Did the defense counsel have those letters at that point?
well, remember,
So they could have been given to the court.
well, they were written after he was convicted. Okay. And so now you've got,
But before sentencing or after sentencing?
I think before sentencing, Your Honor.
All right. keep
So
going.
what happened is Lamar told his defense attorney about these. They filed a motion for new trial, and the prosecution found out about it. Dwight Warren then asked the police to issue a warrant to search Lamar's cell at city jail, and they went over there and they got these 4 letters, among other things, brought them back, and that's how we got them, because they were in the circuit attorney's office. They were in the files. And these letters you will see, Your Honor, where he is basically saying, you know, I'm sorry you're involved in this. You didn't have anything to do with it. It was Howard and myself that did it. I think these 4 letters you'll see, some of the, because there's no motivation for Phil Campbell to tell Lamar that you weren't involved, Lamar. It was B.A. and myself that killed Marcus Boyd. And we will show you those letters, Your Honor. They also are part of the exhibits that we attach to our motion. After the conviction of Lamar, the payments to Mr. Elking and his family stopped. Elking, as soon as he got out of the courtroom, started having second thoughts about testifying that he really didn't see, couldn't really positively identify any of the assailants. So he stopped cooperating with the police. Moved around, couldn't find him, and his wife moved around. So they didn't have Elking to testify against Phil Campbell. So Phil Campbell, the following March, you know, Johnson's convicted in July of 95. In March, I believe it was March or the spring of 1996, Campbell pleads to a manslaughter charge and gets 7 years. Campbell is dead, is deceased. He's not alive today.
All right, so if you caught that, Mr. Elkins, according to them, who was the eyewitness, he had a change of heart after Lamar Johnson's, who that's who they're there for, was convicted. He's in the wind, can't find him, can't find his wife. He's not there to testify against Phil Campbell, the other quote unquote alleged assailant. And that guy gets 7 years. He was able to he was convicted of man stuff, as we say. After that last trial, I don't know if I should say man stuff, but man unaliving, whatever, and had 7 years. This guy that they're trying to get out got life. And the only difference from what he's saying is one witness.
They died from an illness, I think, in around 2017.
But other than the letters, you have any other statements by Campbell?
He has signed affidavits, Your Honor.
All right.
At least 2 affidavits he signed saying he did it. Lamar did not.
All right.
Elking breaks up with his wife a year or 2 later and goes off on the deep end and commits a bank robbery, and he goes to prison. This is the eyewitness. And in prison, he writes a number of letters to Lamar, apologizing for identifying him, saying, I really couldn't identify you. I apologize for what I did. There's a number of these letters that we'll see in the hearing today, Your Honor.
How you know I 50 pages of letters?
Elking received them, Your Honor.
Those will be by virtue of, did he say the envelope they came in?
I don't know if they say the envelope that they came in. These letters also, we have them.
Anything I could at least compare at a layperson level, handwriting or anything like that?
There may be, Your Honor. I don't know. I don't know what. Some of the handwriting in these letters are really good. Really, I mean, 10 times better than my handwriting. I couldn't.
It's just that you know what it means to authenticate.
I understand, Your Honor. Yes, I understand.
You don't have the letters that they came in. You do have a witness who says, I received them, right? And that could be part of a foundation. I'll have to hear all of that. Yeah. You know all the different things. Do they reflect information that could have only been known by the reported writer? What attempts were made to verify this? And then the affidavit is a little bit stronger because you have a notary on that affidavit. So that you have less than foundation issues.
So we have.
So we'll see what happens when you try to lay a foundation.
So we have the actual witness, Mr. Elking, who will state and identify the letters. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah. And remember again, as I said in the beginning, Your Honor is entitled to consider all information as well as evidence. The idea was to avoid getting hung up and getting involved in technical evidence that might impede the search for truth.
I don't have to worry about technical, but I have to, I can't go so far that I would consider things that would never have been shown to a jury. When you start talking about absolute innocence, the word is pretty clear. And if you have evidence that if the trial judge knew, if the trial judge was off the case, then you're in the zone. Just like at the trial level, innuendo, suggestion, rumor, and so on, wouldn't hit the floor, it won't hit the floor here. So don't take that standard on evidence and go too far.
Understand, Your Honor. So as you point out, this is a case that's being tried to the court. And that was part of the statute, not a jury's case, but it's part of to the court. And that allows you to have discretion and leeway, determine credibility, and use your common sense as a judge, Your Honor, and your experience as a judge. And that's why you're here. And we appreciate that. So in the end, you have more than common sense, Your Honor, but I'm a big believer in common sense. I'm a big believer in simplicity with getting too complicated. We've handled about 4 or 5 of these cases. As I said, this is kind of a unique case, and it's the only case that I've been involved in where the actual assailants have confessed under oath. And you have all of these other corroborating pieces of evidence that it was James Howard and Phil Campbell, who's no longer alive. The only 2 witnesses was Leslie Williams, who's still living. She couldn't identify anybody. Elking did at trial, but he's recanting that, Your Honor, and I think you'll hear his testimony.
Right.
So I think we'll show you by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Johnson, he has been in jail for 28 years. It's a long time, is innocent of this crime. And thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Counselor, Officer Attorney General, do you want to give an opening statement at this time?
Yes, I do, Judge. And may I have one moment to clean up the certain. Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
All right. So keep in mind all the specific stuff that last attorney, he was not very well spoken. I don't know that he was the person to deliver that, but he was who we have. But they laid out very specific stuff. The detectives telling the supposed eyewitness, this is who it is. The so-called prison snitch saying he heard the defendant say, gotta take care of that white guy. The detectives putting the eyewitness in with the victim's mother and sister before the trial, telling him it's important that you identify the defendant. He does. And then the defendant gets life. So, and he went on. He had a lot of specific stuff. Now, listen to the state. And if you guys want, because the storms have been pushed off till 4, we can do the rest of day 1 because they're going to take a break and then go into testimony. So it looks like there is one witness, and he's in prison oranges or jail oranges or whatever. He's in oranges. So you guys let me know if you guys want to watch that. We can watch it. And I'll start it, and then I gotta go put my clothes in the dryer. otherwise, Mr. Ham might be angry with me in the morning if he doesn't have some clothes. Pretty sure his work would prefer he has clothes too. Also, hats off to Amazon. They delivered my package, and my dogs never had a clue they were here. So I'm hoping they actually delivered it to my house and not my neighbor's. Kind of wondering. So maybe not. Hats off.
Thank you, Judge, and may it please the court. Why did I let the white guy live? Man, there was a witness. Why did I leave the white guy to live? We're effed because we let the white guy live. Those are Lamar Johnson's words. That's what Detective Campbell, who in 1994 was already a 20-year veteran of the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, testified at his trial. And if the court wants, that's found on page 229 of the trial transcript.
Make sure you give me a copy of that so I can take another copy.
Absolutely, Judge. Would you like it now?
No, just
Okay.
make sure that you do.
Yes, Judge. After Lamar Johnson told those statements to Detective Campbell wondered what was he talking about, because he was actually there to talk to him about a different homicide. And Lamar Johnson indicated that he was talking about the murder of his former friend, Marcus Boyd. No one disputes that on October 30th, 1994, Marcus Boyd was shot and killed on his front porch at 3910 Louisiana Avenue here in St. Louis, Missouri. No one disputes that two masked men were the gunmen. No one disputes that James Elking, who happens to be white, witnessed that homicide. But Judge, after you hear the information and the evidence, you will know that Lamar Johnson was one of those masked killers. I should also say no one here disputes that Philip Campbell was the other masked killer. This hearing really comes down to you hearing two versions of events. One version of events, what happened at the trial, what was presented, and what happened in the 8 months between Marcus Boyd's homicide and the trial. The other version is what's going to be presented to you today in this hearing. And I apologize, Judge, over the week at this hearing. And what happened in the 28 years from the trial until this hearing. The question you will have to answer at the end of this hearing, Judge, is which version do you believe? So let me tell you why the evidence and the information will show that what occurred at the trial and in the 8 months from the homicide to the trial is accurate, is reliable, is credible, and it's the truth. It all starts with the law enforcement officers. These were seasoned homicide detectives who investigated this crime. They wrote reports. They wrote what occurred, good, bad, or otherwise. It's in the report. And you will hear from some of these detectives 28 years later that they never threatened anyone in this case. They never bribed anyone in this case. They didn't coerce anyone in this case. They did their job. They investigated the homicide. They found evidence. They found witnesses. They talked to those witnesses one time, two times. And they followed the leads. And all the leads in the Marcus Boyd homicide pointed to two people, Philip Campbell and Lamar Johnson.
You don't even some evidence as to what those leads were?
Yes, Judge, through what was presented at trial, as well as through the testimony of Detective Nickerson, through the testimony of Detective Clyde Bailey, and also through, in part, the testimony of Dwight Warren, either through direct or cross. But once law enforcement was done with their investigation, they handed this case over to Dwight Warren. Dwight Warren was working at the circuit attorney's office, and he presented to the jury a very straightforward case. No frills. One person he did call to testify was a jailhouse snitch. That jailhouse snitch, his name was William Mott. And Judge, he was the epitome of a jailhouse snitch. Of course, he was in jail. He had long criminal history. And he overheard some statements in a crowded jail. Now, you asked, whenever the circuit attorney was giving their opening, where these conversations occurred. And Judge, these conversations occurred while Philip Campbell and Lamar Johnson were in jail cells 6 and 7, and William Mock was in jail cell 10. And through this hearing, you'll see a photograph of just how far away these cells are. But there's something else this court should know. During his PCR hearing, Lamar Johnson actually testified. And he told the court that he mentioned the Marcus Boyd homicide while he was in jail. He mentioned that there was a white boy who lived. His words. And you'll see that through the transcript of that PCR hearing.
Um,
Yes, Judge.
The way you characterize that, also evidence that he mentioned the homicide. He mentioned that there was a quote white boy that saw it or something of that nature. You understand how street news works, and if you don't, you should. But so far, you've told me things that one could hear that will filter into a prison on the street. The general conversation, street news, you know, stuff I hear on Metro, you know, that kind of thing.
Absolutely, Judge, and I don't disagree with you, and the Circuit Attorney's Office didn't agree back then. William Mock's testimony, it is what it is. He's a jailhouse snitch. And the jury heard all of that. Criminal history, he was cross-examined on conversations that he overheard. Absolutely, Judge. This case does not rest entirely on William Mock. The jury also heard that he received a favorable letter from Dwight Warren to the parole board. The jury heard all of that. The jury gave his gave his testimony the appropriate weight. There's really nothing more to say about William Mock. James Elking, though, the white guy who wasn't killed that night, he also testified during the original trial. And it was no secret that back then, the Circuit Attorney's Office was protecting his life. His name didn't appear in the complaint. His name was removed over 100 times in the police reports. Even the deposition he gave, when called to give a deposition by defense counsel Bruns, he was secret witness Gray. Nowhere does his name appear. And James Elking, he did testify. But he was nervous, he was scared. He was scared when he saw Marcus shot on his front porch. He ran all the way back home. When he got home, he packed up his pregnant wife, he packed up his young child, and he fled. He went to his sister's house. And eventually, through Leslie Williams, law enforcement were able to piece together just who James Elking was and where he was located. And they talked to him. He came in, or I apologize, they met, he looked at photographs that include Lamar Johnson's picture. And there was just something about the eyes that he noticed in the picture. James Elking also saw an in-person lineup that included Lamar Johnson. And initially, Judge, he was so scared that he didn't pick Lamar Johnson as the shooter. Eventually, he tells officers, no, it was the person in number 3. It was Lamar Johnson. James Elking yes, Judge.
Elking did know Lamar Johnson, or did he? If I'm wrong, did Elking know Lamar Johnson?
Judge, the evidence all points to James Elking did not know Lamar Johnson.
All right, go ahead. But the whole sequence of this is going to be critical. That's why I'm asking you questions.
Yes, Judge, and it is a good question. And it was a question that they even asked back then, if James Elking knew Lamar Johnson before this. And keep in mind, you know, the masked individuals were wearing a mask. In fact, a mask of a similar nature was introduced for demonstrative evidence at trial. And it was found months before in Lamar Johnson's possession. He was stopped by Clyde Bailey.
When you say mask, what kind of mask?
Yes, Judge. I commonly refer to them as ski masks. So it covered
I got you.
everything but the eyes, Judge.
I got you.
And when Clyde Bailey, and again, it was found before the trial, so it wasn't the mask used in the homicide, but when Clyde Bailey stopped the defendant, or I apologize, Lamar Johnson, and asked what that mask was used for, Lamar Johnson told him, you know what it's used for. That mask was also shown at trial. But again, James Elking was able to testify at that original trial because the trial was a safe location. He was safe to tell the truth. Lamar Johnson, before that trial, he didn't know James Elking's face. He didn't know the address where he lived. and he didn't even know what he looked like or what his voice sounded like. But over the last 28 years, James Elking left that place of safety, and he entered a world beyond the safety controls of the court. He entered prison. The witnesses the Circuit Attorney's Office will offer for you today are biased. Yes, Judge.
So you said Elkin ended up in prison?
Yes, Judge.
Did somebody tell me that he died?
No, Judge. Philip Campbell is deceased.
Philip Campbell is deceased, but Elkin is still alive.
Yes, Judge.
But is anybody expecting his testimony?
I don't want to speak for them, but I would anticipate the Circuit Attorney.
Elking is going to testify, Your Honor.
All right.
Maybe this afternoon we can handle that. He is in St. Louis.
All right, I just need to know, keep all these names in my head correctly.
I think it's very important.
Okay,
And Judge, also William Mock is deceased.
okay. So Mark and Campbell are deceased.
Correct, Judge.
Gotcha.
Jailhouse snitch is gone. Philip Campbell, the other guy that was convicted that only got man stuff, gone. So that we won't hear from them. We hear from them, it'll have to be like paranormal activity. I'm sorry. She's got an uphill battle, in my opinion. She's not presented anything. And the judge kind of called her out on it. Like, you're saying a lot, but you're going to go with the evidence? Like, where's your evidence? The other side at least gave evidence. She's just kind of like, we're just going to show you the testimony of what happened in the trial. Well, that does not mean that it was true. I know that's all she has, but it doesn't mean it was true.
The witnesses the Circuit Attorney's Office will present to you during this hearing are biased with motive to lie.
Now that's closing. I don't need to hear about bias, I don't really say what goes to what the evidence is.
Thank you, Judge. I anticipate the evidence and information will show you will hear from numerous gang members that were with Lamar Johnson back in 1994. One name you've already heard, and that's James Howard. James Howard is a convicted murderer, but he did not murder Marcus Boyd. He came forward after he was judgment-proof. He's been convicted for murder, 4 counts of armed criminal action, robbery, and forcible sodomy. He's currently serving life without the possibility of parole, life, and 345 years in the Missouri Department of Corrections. What does he have to lose by coming in here and talking to this court? I also anticipate you will hear from James Elking. Now, at the original trial, he was protected. He was in a safe place. But I anticipate the evidence and information will show that over the last 28 years, Lamar Johnson and people on his behalf, they were looking for James Elking. And eventually they found him. Lamar Johnson's attorneys had numerous constant contact and conversations. His investigators did too with James Elking. James Elking, in those 28 years, sat for numerous recorded statements. He was shown affidavits by other individuals. He was shown recreations of the homicide. He was shown photographs with other people wearing the masks, with other people holding the gun, recreation photographs that were in different lighting than what he recalled. And he was told over and over again that he was wrong. Elking and Lamar Johnson also had numerous conversations, back and forth, back and forth. Lamar Johnson told him and gave him an affidavit to sign. And James Elking, when he was in prison, he absolutely did. And one of the letters that James Elking wrote to Lamar Johnson reads in part as follows. My last question is, when you mailed the first letter to me and sent it to someone in 2 House, again, Judge, they are in prison, They gave it to others in 3 house to give to me. When I finally got it, I was wondering how many people know what's going on and how are they perceiving this or their reaction. Sometimes I just feel like I have to look over my shoulder in here. Lamar Johnson could get at James Elking in those 28 years, any time and any place, and that's exactly what he did. And that's what the evidence will show. At the end of this hearing, they're going to ask you to believe convicted murderers and gang members, and we are convinced that their evidence is not clear and convincing, and it's not credible. Thank you, Judge. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
Don't have no question.
Thank you, Judge.
Other than everybody needs to make sure you get me the pages from the transcript, and the affidavit, through the course of conduct of the evidence.
All right, so they're going to take a break. I agree with George. I think the judge is leaning to defense. It's a little telling. He really didn't ask. He asked the defense a lot of questions. He didn't ask her very many at all. Kind of admonished her a couple times. Excuse you. I've had my electronics just do what they want today. I'm just going to tell you that. So, sorry. But dang it. I don't know. I thought, I'm just switching the pages here. I thought the prosecutors, I didn't think her opening was as strong as his. Just my opinion. That's all I got. My opinion. It's so funny when they're, good luck with that, Roseanne. But good for you. Telling a grown adult what they can't do. They're your kid. He's your kid. You can always tell them. They may not listen. But it's so funny because they want you to believe convicted felons, but we also wanted you to believe a convicted felon. We can't have it both ways. We want it all ways. This is back to that bad channel. We'll see how it is. Dang it. I agree. And there's just so much. Yes. And when she said something about being credible, the judge didn't admonish her right away. When the defense said something about being credible, he's like, well, I'll be the judge of that. I'm like, okay, judge, we get it. You're the judge. We know you're the judge. Everybody in this room knows you're the judge. Judge away. Hang on, judge. All right, Gabby, I don't know what channel you were on because I just have these, and this one doesn't have closed captionings again. Let me see how it is. Might be under the sea again. Oh, judge's having problems with his chair.
Yeah. All right, counsel for movement. On behalf of Relato, you may proceed with your evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So this is still day one. They just took a break for lunch, I think. So this is now back to his side. It's going to present their first witness.
Okay, so a few quick housekeeping items, I think.
Sure.
After
First
they
of all, Your Honor,
clean the
you
house.
requested the judgment in the Kevin Strickland.
Yes.
Yeah.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sure no objection to the court receiving this. All right.
And then also, Your Honor, you had previously requested exhibit binders from the Attorney General and Circuit Attorney.
That is correct. Well, you're already in the running behind if that's your exhibit binder. Yeah, good luck on getting me to look at all that. This one right here is going to be tough enough.
What?
Oh, well, this is the way to do it. Look up here. This is the way to do it when you give a judge an exhibit back. So as exhibits are discussed, I can just flick to it. That's going to make me work a little harder. I don't know what you're going to get. Here you go. Now give it to me here. Oh, let's see. I gotta match this thing.
I'd be mad.
Tell you what, as you go through the case, counsel for Attorney General's office, just always give me a moment to try to find your exhibit. It's going to be a little bit harder. Oh, that thing off. It's going to be a little bit harder than the relator because, like I said, they're all tabs. Thank you for doing that. I guess you've done this kind of thing before. Huh? Go ahead, counsel.
Finally, Your Honor,
Dang.
the Attorney General and the Circuit Attorney have a very small number of stipulations. It's just these 5 paragraphs on a single page.
Approach.
All right. Do you want me to read them into the record, or would you like
That'd
to?
probably be the best way.
Okay. All right. And we already spoke and conferred about these this morning, so I think we should all be okay. Number 1, the evidence from Johnson's trial, post-conviction, and habeas corpus proceedings, number 941-3706A, which is his trial, number 3504, which is the post-conviction, number ED 69212, which is the consolidated appeal, number 4:00CV408 HEA, which is his federal habeas corpus, number 04CV745399, which is his state habeas, number 04CV746835, which is another state habeas, and number SD26750, which is another state habeas, and then number SC08666, which is a last state habeas, are admissible for purposes of this case. Number 2.
Okay, now understand that, because I wish you always get this warning, when you put in this, essentially a document, do not assume, it would be a mistake to assume that I read it all, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make sure that you reference for the court, and a wise tactic would be to present a photocopy of each page of the transcript that you think is relevant to your argument and the court's decision making.
Of course, Your Honor.
Right? So to make sure there be no assumptions that I have read even every page of particularly this big old exhibit book that I just got from the AG's office.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then.
Number 2, Exhibit 1 to the motion to vacate is a true and correct copy of the transcript on appeal for Lamar Johnson's 1995 trial in the death of Marcus Boyd. The Bates numbering and highlighting are not original to the transcript.
I have no problem with that as long as it's easy referencing for me, or if I have the pages, which would be even better. I don't know, I keep getting, can you do me a favor? Can you, my volume might be a little too high on this thing. Yeah. See if you can get the volume down a little bit there for me. Yeah.
All right, well, the judge fixes his audio. I'm going to go fix mine. Thanks, Roseanne. We try. We try. I don't know. I don't know if you caught up on the previous trial. That one went off the rails one day, but it was okay. It was it needed to. It needed to go. It needed to go flying off the rails because trial was horrible. Oopsies. All right, Gabby. Thanks for finding this. I thank you. I'll write that down. I forgot to look um before before I closed that last video that you had sent. I forgot to look to see what it was. I'll put it on my note card because I need to go see. I only have like an hour from day 3 and I can't find any more. And I can't imagine that's all there is. All right. This might repeat a couple things, but we'll be okay. We will be okay.
My volume might be a little too high on this thing.
I think they're right there.
See if you can get the volume down a little bit there for me. Yeah.
You're making me think, Gabby. Stop it.
That sounds a lot better. Go ahead, Captain.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me look.
Number 3, Exhibit 18 to the motion to vacate is a true and correct copy of the transcript of Lamar Johnson's 1996 Rule 29.15 proceedings in the death of Marcus Boyd. The Bates numbering is not original to the transcript. Number 4, Leslie Williams knew Lamar Johnson before the homicide. Number 5, Johnson noticed an alibi defense at his 1995 trial. So not a lot there, Your Honor, but we wanted to read those in. And if I may, Your Honor, we're ready to call our first witness.
You may proceed.
The circuit attorney calls James Howard. Yes. As we're waiting, Your Honor, do you mind if I do anything to reposition this towards the witness?
Not at all.
Thank you.
You ever hear of an attorney named Willie Gary?
No, Your Honor.
Look him up one day. I created that for him in a big trial, difficult trial that we had. I'm a hardcore trial lawyer at heart, and I've always eschewed podiums as a trial lawyer. So I never had one in here until Willie Gary came in. Look him up and you'll understand why.
I will, Your Honor. I might roam around a little bit as we go along, but I'm trying to stay by the microphone.
The well is yours, counsel.
Well, if you wander around, counsel, take the podium with you. It looks like it moves.
It's my understanding, Judge, he's on the way down.
All right.
Because he's a prisoner, he has restraints, and it's taking a little time.
Now, when you say on the way down, how much time am I looking at? All right. And we can all stare each other down for 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, no, we can talk some housekeeping too, Your Honor.
All right,
I was
go ahead.
thinking that we have these big poster boards over there.
Yes.
I'm probably thinking the best place for you, if I want to show the witnesses over there.
Yes, if you want to work with witnesses, you are correct over there. Now keep in mind, camera's angle is secondary. Try not to block camera angle, however.
Please.
He's working very hard to get stable. And I might be a little biased in this stuff because my wife is sort of in the industry. and some judges probably wouldn't let him in at all. So,
That's true,
I'm
Judge.
going to try my
So
best to thread the needle on all this.
all right.
hats off to you. Oh, Gabby, I almost accidentally blocked you.
And incidentally, if you want, you could also go dead center of the well, and you can have your witness step down if you wish.
That would be great, Your Honor. I wasn't sure how you'd feel about that.
Yeah,
since he is-
dead center might be a little better.
Okay.
And I don't have any problem with the witness stepping down.
That would have been bad. I almost accidentally blocked Gabby. Sorry. I didn't realize
And I'll give
I was
you
pushing
all
buttons.
permission. Just as you need your witness to step down, just have your witness step down.
And with this witness, Your Honor, obviously he is incarcerated, so just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, I have some very good deputies. They're very well armed. I'm not worried about it.
Wow. I want him to waltz around that courtroom with that podium so the microphone doesn't ever leave his side. He moves it quite easily because they all like to pace. All right, that works, Gabby. Thank you.
I'm assuming this is your real-time reporter over here. Who's real-time? Okay, gotcha.
You talking about the judge, Roseanne? Because I agree. He doesn't, I don't think he does much. He's like, I'm the judge. I don't have to do jack.
So how are you, Judge?
Oh, very, very happy that there were so many citizens who came in just to watch me try a hearing.
It is great.
I didn't know I was that popular until today. I'm sitting there thinking, should I sign photos? Should I?
It's always great when the public's involved.
Yeah, they need to wish people were more involved, to be honest with you.
Judge, we wish more courtrooms were involved, to be honest. Stop not allowing cameras in. Thanks, Gabby. Hopefully that I can piece that together and that's everything. I have no idea. I don't know why they don't just have the day 3. That is true. And here's the other thing. When I was going through and looking for these videos, I don't remember the channel you sending me popping up at all. Why are we looking at speakers? So also weird.
Got hearing,
What's
Judge.
happening? There's the
Really?
scales of
Got
justice.
hearing.
Oh,
I will lose.
Swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? While the witness is being seated, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is there any relevance to the matter of Lamar Johnson versus A.L. Lubers?
Your Honor, do you happen to have a case number there?
Yes. Looks like it might be federal. 4:00CV -408-LMV, which is almost certainly a federal
Yes.
designation.
So that, yes, I believe that was one of his federal habeas cases, and that was on the list that we just read off in the stipulation.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just didn't recognize the warden.
That's all right. Counselor, could you help me with this turn this way? I know it's probably, the cameras are interesting, but actually coming this way is much more appropriate. Counselor, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please state your name for the record, please? James Howard. Mr. Howard.
Is he mic? Is his mic hot? Test your mic. Okay, you need to get closer to the mic, sir. Speak up as much as you can. Go ahead, Counselor.
All right, can we try this again? Could you please state your name for the record, please?
James Howard,
All right. How old are you, Mr. Howard?
46,
Where do you currently reside?
Lecky, Missouri, and SCC.
Okay.
Lecky, Missouri, SCCC.
Did
You
you
want me
say
to try to-
Lincoln, Missouri?
Licking.
Licking. Oh, you're in the
Yeah.
prison at Licking.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Lincoln.
Before you were at Licking, Mr. Howard, where did you actually grow up?
South St. Louis,
Okay. Which area of South St. Louis did you grow up in?
the McCreetown neighborhood.
Okay.
McCreetown,
Do you remember your addresses when you were growing up?
a little bit.
Excuse me?
3944 Louisiana, and 3954 Blaine.
I think you just said 3944 Louisiana. Is that right?
Yes.
Approximately what years did you live at 3944 Louisiana Avenue?
Like 90 to like 96, 97 in the area.
All right. And so what year were you actually born, Mr. Howard?
77.
Okay. So that would have been about beginning when you were 13 years old?
Probably.
Okay. And so can you kind of explain to the court a little bit where 3944 Louisiana Avenue is in South City?
Around the corner from Marquette Park, Northwest Swimming Pool.
Okay. And yeah, Mr. Howard, I'm actually having trouble hearing you too.
Marquette, around the corner from Marquette Swimming Pool in the park.
Okay. Do you think we can even get the microphone closer to him somehow? Yeah, I'm really sorry. Just to the best you can, if you can just kind of lean in the way I'm doing right now. All right.
Should be one that says witness.
What do you remember about your neighborhood when you were growing up on Louisiana?
It was a little quiet then. It was quiet back then.
And do you remember what your parents' house looked like?
Yes.
Could you kind of just describe what it looked like to the court?
It had a blue door and what you call it, a storm door.
Okay.
Glass storm door.
Did your parents rent or own that home?
I think they was renting.
Okay. Where was that home situated on the street?
Like by the alley.
Okay. And I'm going to actually, if you excuse me 1 second, I'm going to grab a poster board for us. All right, can you see that poster board that I have up there?
Yes.
I tried to blow it up pretty big, but hopefully you can see it from where you are. All right, do you recognize the home in
Yes.
that picture?
3944.
All right, so that's your parents' home where you grew up?
Yes.
And actually, no, strike that. So you were talking about an alley that was by the home.
That's it, straight right there.
All right, if I'm looking at this photograph right now, like the court is right now, when you're talking about the alley, what part of the picture is that on?
To the right. Yes.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I'm looking at the picture right now as well, do you see, is there a sidewalk right there?
In front, yes.
Okay. And so what's that road that was going parallel with that sidewalk?
From right here.
Yeah.
It's the sidewalk and then the alley. It's
Yeah.
like a drive.
Maybe I'll ask this a different.
What street is this
This is
residential?
Louisiana.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So Louisiana is going this way.
Yes,
right
sir.
there, okay?
Yes.
All right. What else do you remember about this house?
It used to have to the right, it had a white garage, a big white garage to this side on the right.
And what about, is there a
I'm
back?
sorry, could you talk from, when you say on the right, do you mean across that alley?
Yes, across on the alley, in the alley was a garage right there.
Is there a back door to the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a backyard?
Yes.
All right. All right. So let's move away from the house for just a moment. Could you kind of describe to the court, what was your childhood like? We'll get there in a second.
I'll give a little leeway.
I was a problem child, you could say.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you get in trouble with the police when you were,
Yes.
before you were 18?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever spend any time in DYS?
Yes.
All right.
Twice.
Did you have a nickname when you were growing up?
Badass.
Could you say that a little bit louder?
BA.
BA?
Yes.
And what did BA stand for?
Badass.
Who gave you that nickname?
My brother, they used to be called a lot from my grandmothers and people like that. And then my brother, he just brought it out the house, so it just got caught on.
So why did he choose to call you badass?
Because I was a bad person, bad child.
When you were growing up, did you know Lamar Johnson?
Yes.
How did you know Lamar?
We used to skip school at his house. He stayed down the stairs from my friend, Anthony Cooper. He stayed down the stairs on Lafayette and 39.
How old were you when you first met Lamar?
Probably around 13, 14, 15 in that area.
What did your parents do for a living back in 1994?
My father was an LPN and my mother was a registered nurse.
Okay. Were you also employed at that time?
Not until like 96, 90s, in that area.
So before you were employed, what did you do to make money?
I sold drugs.
How did you get involved in selling drugs?
That's what was going on in my neighborhood at the time.
Okay. How old do you think you were when you first started selling drugs?
Probably like 12 years old.
Were you also ever involved in any robberies?
Here and there.
Okay. Did you ever use weapons in those robberies?
Yes.
How old were you when you committed your first robbery?
Maybe 14 years old, maybe.
Looking back, how dangerous was your lifestyle back then?
Very.
Did you say very?
Very.
Okay. Had you ever been injured as part of the life you were leading?
Yes.
How were you injured?
Shot multiple times.
And what age
Get a
were you?
little farther field now.
Okay. I promise, Your Honor.
All right.
Did Lamar Johnson also deal drugs?
I didn't hear your answer very well.
Do you deal drugs? Probably so, yes.
Okay.
We all
Hold
do.
on, you said probably so.
Yes, we all
Did you know?
I would guess that's what our neighborhood was doing.
Well, you know I can't handle it. I can't give that anyway, so.
That's fine, Your Honor. So how old were you in 1994?
Probably 17, 16.
Were you still living at home at that time?
I mean, that's home, but that's not, that's where my parents reside at, and I keep my things there, but I don't just stay there. But I'm always welcome home, that's home.
Where did you stay if you weren't at your parents' house?
Various girlfriends and things of that nature.
Were you still welcome back at home?
All the time.
Would you go back home and stay there for periods of time?
Yes.
How long would you stay there?
Like 2-3 days, rest up or something.
At that time, did you know someone named Marcus Boyd?
Yes, just not personally, but I knew of him through a friend of mine.
Okay. Had you ever spoken with Marcus Boyd? Did you know what he looked like?
Yes.
How did you know who Marcus Boyd was?
Through my friend, Saran Spates. Saran Spates.
It's Sirone space Spates. Is that right, Mr. Howard?
Yes.
Okay. Could you describe the nature of Saran and Marcus Boyd's relationship?
I think while I was locked up, they was hustling a little bit together.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
While I was incarcerated, they were hustling a little bit together.
When you say they were hustling a little bit together, what do you mean?
Selling drugs.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Mr. Spates, Saran Spates.
Yes.
So who was Saran Spates to you?
Puffy, my best friend.
Okay. And you said he had a nickname?
Yes.
What that nickname was?
Puffy.
Okay.
I'm sorry, who's that? Whose nickname was Puffy?
Puffy.
Whose nickname was
Saran.
Saran?
Yes.
You don't know how to spell Saran's first name by any chance?
Sirone.
Siron. And Saran's last name is?
Spates, Spates.
Say that again?
Spates.
Spates. Spates. Okay, Saran Spates was nicknamed Puffy.
Yes.
Got it. Go.
Now, you were previously describing to the court one time that you were shot, right?
Yes.
Who was with you when you were shot?
Saran.
Okay. Let's go back to Marcus Boyd for a second. Do you know where Marcus Boyd lived back in 1994?
Yes.
Where did he live?
Up the street.
Okay. When you say up the street, what do you mean by that?
Up the street on the same side as my mother and them stayed.
Was it on the same block as your parents?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the address was?
No.
Okay. Are you able to picture your old block right now?
A little bit.
Okay. If you were facing out the front door of your house, what we're looking at right now, which way was it direction-wise to Marcus Boyd's house?
To the right.
Okay. And let's also just talk, let's talk a little bit about Louisiana, where you were. Do you remember what the cross streets were around Louisiana Avenue?
Osage and Keokuk.
Okay, Osage and Keokuk?
Uh-huh.
Which way was Keokuk?
To the right if I'm standing out that door.
Okay. And which way was Osage?
To the left.
All right. I'm going to put up another.
Do you have miniature copies of those exhibits for the court?
I can give you miniature copies right now.
Yeah, that would be, make deliberations a lot easier.
There you go, Judge.
Thank you, counsel.
Right now,
No, I'm sorry.
All right. Do you see this, what I'll call an aerial view of over here on this poster board?
Somewhat.
Can you see it from where you are?
Not that well.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may?
Thank
Or you can have, if you want, you can have him come down to the,
Yeah,
rather than carrying that thing around.
I would appreciate that, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
go on down there to the thing and then talk about it from there.
Yeah.
Everybody speak up now, everybody speak loudly.
All right, you read everything a little bit better now? All right. You see where Louisiana Avenue is? All right. And you see that there's a little red dot on it. And you see it says 3944 Louisiana Avenue.
Hey, I'm sorry, could you speak up a little louder?
And is that the location of your parents' house? Okay. So can you show the court which direction it was to go to Marcus Boyd's house from your parents' house? Just you can just show up, down, left, right.
Is that exhibit, can it be marked? Can that exhibit be marked?
I'm actually planning to mark it, Your Honor.
All right,
Yeah, I've got markers right here. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead, I'm actually gonna draw. Is this your parents' house right here? Right here? Fill it in. All right. Just filled in a box there. Does that show where your parents' house was back in 1994? Okay. All right. I'm gonna have you come back down here in probably 1 second. I just want to grab something for you. Actually, I can even do it right now. I think earlier you said you didn't specifically remember the address that Mr. Boyd was at. Do you remember previously executing an affidavit back in 2002? Okay. Yeah, here, why don't I send you back, just so that would it be better for you if I get him back to the microphone? And may I approach the witness?
you may.
I'm going to show you a 2-page affidavit. Do you see the signature right there?
Yes,
Whose signature is that?
it's mine.
All right. And then what I want to show you is paragraph 1. You state, on October 30th, 1994, at or around 9 o'clock p.m., Philip Campbell.
Objection, Judge, Dean, and this is.
I will stop.
refreshing.
I can even just, I'm happy to do it. I'm literally just interested in the address. Do you have?
Well, I mean, the exhibit speaks for itself. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be introduced in some capacity. There's no need for those objections unless you actually don't like the evidence. There's some real issue with it. Otherwise, only go after documents like that unless you think they're fake documents and you want to go after it on foundation or something.
Well, and Judge, so what he was doing is trying to refresh his recollection on the actual address, which he was not using the proper mechanism for doing that. Second.
I do know that, and I picked that up. Is it important what the actual address is?
Judge, we would object to that. I believe it is his 2004, 2005 affidavit, and if he is offering that to the court as evidence, we would object on a couple of grounds. One, it is hearsay, it's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth. And second, it is bolstering his testimony. As the witness here, the witness can provide testimony to the court, and so for those objections regarding the document he's going to enter it, we would object. Now, he can refresh his recollection. We don't have an issue doing that in the proper manner. But we do object to it being offered.
Only on the grounds of hearsay.
Hearsay and improper bolstering of his testimony.
Because, the witness is here to be cross-examined.
The witness is here to be cross-examined, Judge. And
So I'm not going to worry about it. If you have a problem with either the statement or the testimony, cross-examine it.
thank you, Judge.
Very quick. Does the address 3910 Louisiana Avenue sound right to you?
That sounds familiar.
Overruled.
That sounds familiar.
Now, Mr. Howard, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to mark this. You can't see it right here. I can bring it up if you want, but this 3910 shown right here.
Objection, fact not in evidence. This witness has not identified that location as 3910 Louisiana.
Well, we'll see if he does. If he doesn't, then,
All right, Mr. Howard, you want to come down here?
I mean,
I'm sorry.
oh, yeah.
Are you able to see the writing here? I was trying to take picture of that up here. Can you see 3910 right there? All right. Looking at this, does that look correct to you in terms of the distance between your parents? Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and mark this, just so that we can see. All right. You can go back for a minute, Mr. Howard.
and incidentally, the correct objection would have been leading. He was marking the exhibit in a manner that was leading the witness. However, since it was fairly marginal, I would have overruled that objection anyway. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Back in 1994, do you know whether Lamar Johnson knew Marcus Boyd?
I don't know.
He asked him, does he know? No can come from social interaction as opposed to speculation. So you can cross-examine on the foundation of the word no, if in fact he admits or says that he does know this particular person.
I want to ask you about one more person. Did you also know someone named Philip Campbell?
Yes.
How did you know Philip Campbell?
From McCree neighborhood.
Can I stop you just a second? Who lives in the Green Mark house?
The Green Mark House, 3910 Louisiana.
Who lives there?
That is where Marcus Boyd lived.
Marcus Boyd.
There is no dispute about that.
I'm marking the exhibit you gave me, the paper exhibit, my own information. Thank you, counsel. You may continue.
Were you and Philip Campbell friends?
Yes.
Did Mr. Campbell have any nicknames?
Phil Bone. Phil Bone.
Phil Bone, as in B-O-N-E. Mr. Howard,
Yes.
do you know whether Marcus Boyd is alive today?
Yes.
Is he alive or dead?
It's dead.
How did Marcus die?
Me and Philip Campbell killed him on his front porch.
Do you remember
What did
that
he just say? Philip Campbell killed him?
he and Philip Campbell killed him?
So what now?
Could you please?
Oh, it said he
Yeah.
and Philip Campbell killed him.
That guy on the stand said that he and Philip Campbell unalived Marcus Boyd. So Philip Campbell, they knew was there. He's saying he was there. I don't know that this guy's getting out, so I don't know what his motivation would be to come in and lie, but we'll see. And it was on his front porch, not his swimmer porch. Closed captionings are on it today.
Okay. And now he say on his front porch?
Yes.
Okay, and his front porch is which address?
His front porch. Which address was it again?
It would be 3910.
The house that is Marcus Boyd's residence?
Yes.
Got it. Keep going.
It's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yes, right.
It's been 28 years, right?
Yes.
Do you still remember the day Marcus died?
I don't remember the exact day, but I verbatim, I remember just about everything that happened that night.
Okay. So, when Marcus Boyd died, how old do you think you were?
17,
And how old are you today?
46.
Are you prepared to tell the court what happened that day to the best of your memory?
Yes.
Can you please tell the court how that day started, Mr. Howard?
It was like at nighttime, me and Saran was in the house making phone calls, smoking weed and drinking a little bit. And he was discussing Marcus about him owing him for drugs, you know. stuff they was going half on or whatever, and every time they cut up, it was what would be left from the cut up, was they made arrangements, whatever, to sell it, split it, or whatever it was. But anyway, Saran was upset, and he wanted to go up there, and handle business. But he had just got out the hospital. He just didn't get out of the hospital. He had just got a halo taken off his head, so he still had a neck brace on.
Okay. I want to try and.
I'm sorry, who had the neck brace on?
Saran.
Saran?
Yes.
All right.
I want to try and unpack this.
AK, also known as Puffy.
Yes.
All right.
I want to try
And
and
then just to make sure I get all these folks right, did you tell me that Puffy was the one that was with you when you shot Boyd?
No, sir.
Who was with you again when you shot Boyd?
Philip Campbell.
You and Philip Campbell shot Boyd.
Yes.
All right. Go on with what you were saying. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Well, anyway,
Well, hold on. I'll help kind of reorient us if we can, okay? So you said that Mr. Spates, Puffy,
Yes.
was in a neck brace.
Yes.
Why was he in a neck brace?
Because he had recently been shot in his head months prior.
And just is Mr. Spates alive today?
No, he's not.
What happened to him?
He was killed in March '95 on Blaine and Thurman.
How did he die?
Killed in '95 on Blaine
He
and
was
Thurman,
shot.
did you say?
Yes, he was shot multiple times, and I was shot multiple times as well the same day.
Okay. So you said that you were spending time with Puffy, Mr. Spates, correct?
Yes,
Where were you?
in my mother's house on Louisiana.
So is that red house
Yes.
depicted on that map?
Yes,
Okay. Who else was with you at your mother's house that day?
at the time it was me, him, and Phil.
Was anyone else there with you?
Well,
You said me, him, and Phil.
yeah,
Him.
Philip.
All right.
But later, Cedric and Tiny came over.
Okay. Cedric and Tiny.
They brothers. Yes.
And so what's Cedric's full name?
Cedric Cummins.
What's Tiny's full name?
Robert Cummins.
Let me just stop right there. Was Lamar Johnson with you at your parents' house that day?
Not at all.
Are the Cummings brothers still around?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone that want to testify today?
We've tried to get them to come and testify, but we've had a lot of difficulty tracking them down.
You wouldn't know where they are with you.
No, sir.
All right. Go ahead.
So you're also talking about Saran and Marcus.
Uh-huh.
Were Saran Spates and Marcus Boyd getting along at that time?
Not at that moment, no.
Okay. Why weren't they getting along?
Because of the drug situation.
How do you know that?
That's my best friend. We talk about things, talk about everything.
All right.
Okay. So you said there was a drug situation. Can you describe to the court what the drug dispute, as you understood it, was?
That every time that they bought something, they cut it up and then they separate, sell it or whatever. But what was remained is when you cut up crack cocaine, there's crumbs that always be from you cutting up drugs, and it accumulated to a nice little amount or whatever. And so he was upset that Marcus didn't pay him for it,
Okay.
So the crumbs after the cutting up was stuff that could be sold.
Yes, sir. Yes, he could.
And Marcus did not want to sell it?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
What did he say he wanted to do with it?
No, I don't know what he said he wanted to do with it, but then that's what they both fell out about.
Well, what do you think might have been the street value of all of this
Probably
from
not.
your personal knowledge and experience?
I don't know because I didn't see it personally, but Saran said probably a little over $1,000.
All right. Go ahead.
And just to clarify with the crumbs, what were the two things that people could do with crumbs?
I just milled them back down and cut it back up.
Okay. All right. Back then, did you have a lot of money, Mr. Howard?
Back then, Not a lot of money, but I was doing okay
Okay. Why did you sell drugs?
to fund my lifestyle.
Okay. How did you know where Marcus Boyd was that day?
So when Tiny and Sid came in and they was hearing the discussion, they was like, dude up the street right now.
When you say dude up the street
They
right
was
now?
talking about Marcus.
Okay, they were talking about Marcus.
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you, were you afraid of Marcus Boyd?
No,
Okay. Did he have a reputation as a violent person?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. On that evening, what did you decide to do about the dispute between Cyron Spates and Marcus Boyd?
I decided to go up there in this place instead of him going up there with a neck brace on. I told him to go up there for you, man. So me and Phil suited up and left the back.
I'm sorry, did you say suited up?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I think I know what that means, but I don't want to guess. Tell me what suited up is.
Put on all black clothing and black ski mask
All right.
and left the back of my
Now, why would you suit up?
to go because we don't know. We know he up there, but we going to rob, so we don't want his people or his family, anybody to see.
So your
him.
intent was go up there and rob Boyd?
Yes,
Of what?
or whatever he had, the money, and Saran put it like it was some money in the safe up there.
Some money in the safe?
Yeah,
up
that's
there?
what Saran said, but I'm not for sure. But I'm just
In
that's
his
what-
house?
Yes,
But you didn't know, but you thought you'd go out there and get it.
yes.
Well, when you got there, what did you do to try to get this money in the safe?
Okay, I'm getting to that, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah. When we left the back of the house, back of my parents' house, we went up the alley and we came around from the gangway to the front of the house, and Marcus was sitting on the porch, and there was a white guy. He was out there too. He was on the porch too. But when we approached, and I grabbed Marcus, and Phil pointed a gun, I think, at the white guy. He went up to the, like, if I'm standing in front of the, if I'm in front of like the right side of the porch, the white guy went to like the right side of the porch.
Oh no, the white guy ran up the steps?
Yeah, he stood up and like went to the corner of the right side of the porch.
And at this point in time, you said you had grabbed Marcus?
Yes, yes.
And how were you grabbing Marcus?
I had my left hand on him. I had a revolver in my right hand.
And so you had a revolver in your right hand?
Yes,
And so the thing was to try to hold
yes.
Marcus and make
Try to
him
take
stay
him
there
up.
with the gun.
Right.
Okay.
Try to take him up the steps.
Let's go from that point.
Yes, that's one. Okay, so the front at the time his apartment door was open, so light was coming from out of there, and you could hear people upstairs or whatever. But I'm like telling him like, let's go, you know what time it is, and I tried to get him to go up the steps with me, but he got to wrestling with me. So Philip, he got to trying to handle him with me.
So you and Marcus Boyd in a wrestling match?
Yes.
You
Not
got
a
the gun.
not a hardcore wrestling match, but he's struggling.
But you got the gun.
Yes, I got a gun, and he's struggling.
And evidently Campbell has a gun.
Yes.
Keep going.
Okay. So he started struggling, and shots started being fired, and I remember.
Well, evidently, from what you told me before the shots were fired, you never demanded that safe that you thought.
No. I told him, let's go upstairs. I told him, you know what time it was, and I tried to take him into the house, and he started struggling. That's
right.
We never got to this.
So you never got to the safe.
Yeah, we never got to
because of
that
the
point.
struggle.
Yes, there we go.
And the struggle resulted in
Him being shot.
both of you shooting the guy?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Do you remember where you shot?
Yes, I do. Philip was firing like in his side, and I had like his head bent forward, and I had shot, and then I remember cocking the gun the second time.
Well, I remember. I'm asking. My question really was, do you remember what part of
The back of his
Mr.
head,
Boyd's body shot him?
like the back of his neck and head area.
back of his neck and head area?
Yes.
All right. And did you notice by any chance where Mr. Campbell's bullets hit?
I just remember him having this gun like to the side of his body.
Side of his body.
Yes, like to
Gotcha.
press to his side.
All right. Keep going.
And And once those shots was fired or whatever, we looked up, and the white guy was still standing in the corner, and shit was like, let's go. So we went right back the way we came.
So the white guy was standing in the corner.
Yes,
You knew the white guy had seen everything.
yes.
You didn't fire a shot at the white guy.
He wouldn't know who we were.
Say that again.
He wouldn't know who we were.
I'm sorry.
He wouldn't recognize a know.
Oh,
who
you
we
thought
were.
he wouldn't recognize you or know you
I'm positive he would.
because of the mask.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
So you told him leave him alone.
Yes.
He can't say nothing about
Right,
it.
right.
Gotcha. Okay. Go ahead.
And then we went back down the alley how we came and went to like when we got to the backyard of my parents' house, I remember wrapping I think both guns in my ski mask, and I went. It's like
Did you have any blood on you?
not that I know of, and I remember going through like the walkway through from the back of the house to it's like a Christmas tree that sits like to the right of the next door neighbor's house, and it goes all the way down to the ground. It has like a little brush to it, and I put the guns up under there and covered it up, and then
Like a tree, like a Christmas tree, like it's a pine tree.
yes, like
Yeah.
yes,
You say the tree is by the neighbor's house?
yes,
So over a little bit.
yes.
So did you go to some sort of gangway at that point?
Yes, from the back of my mother's and them house.
All right.
All right. And I put them under there, then I went back down to the basement, and I took the stuff off I had, I threw it in the washer, and I think I threw some detergent, a little bleach in there, and then I went back upstairs, and I relayed this around what just had happened. And from there, I think,
Now, did Campbell put his clothes in this washer?
yes,
All right.
yes. All the things, the black clothes,
So
they
what
come.
did he put back on?
No, he had clothes on. These were jogging clothes and stuff. This is stuff that was already at my house.
Oh, okay.
From
So
my
when you
neighborhood.
guys
Yeah, my neighborhood is called.
got together to go do it, he took off his.
Yes, listen, just hear me out. My neighborhood is called Darkside, right? So I got a lot of clothes. Damn near everything I own is black, you know. So when I got a lot of black jogging pants, jogging sweatshirts, all this type of stuff. This gear for that nature, being out at night all night. So I'm really going so I could blend in because we cut all our street lights off, so you can't see nothing. So, but that's just where this comes from. That's the black clothing. He got it from my home. So all he had to do was just pull it off and throw it in there too. So, and we went back upstairs and had a little conversation about what went on. Then,
You realized a moment ago you said you threw the clothes into the washer, you threw in some dishwater, some
yes,
powder, and you said, quote, and a little bleach.
yes,
And yet they're all black.
yes.
You see the problem there?
I don't see no problem.
All right, then I keep going.
Yes, you know, bleach cleans everything. Like you got something with it or wrong with it. I'm not trying to like preserve no clothes.
It's also going to put spots on your clothes where the bleach hits it. That's where the judge is going, sir. Unless you, I guess, had color safe bleach, which that is a thing or used to be. I don't know. I think the judge is like, don't know.
Nothing. I'm trying to clean up something that a mistake I don't made or wrong that I don't commit.
Your Honor, do you mind if I back up a little bit?
You can back up a lot, dude.
Thank you, Judge. I want to go back. Let's just backpedal completely from Marcus Boyd's house right now. We were just talking about the black clothes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you said that you had the black clothes at your house, correct?
Lots of black clothes.
What about the mask? Where did you get the mask from?
Out of the wall inside my house. I got a couple of those too.
Okay. Where did you buy the mask?
From a Chinese shop on Cherokee.
Okay. Could you describe the mask to the court?
It's just like a ninja style mask where there's nothing open but your eyes.
Why did you buy the mask?
This is not. I mean, I do a lot of things, and so I need stuff like that. Living the life I live, I need stuff like that.
So you bought them for the purpose, you don't have to tell me what criminal acts,
Yes.
but you bought them for the purpose of carrying out criminal
Yes,
acts.
pretty much.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. And I think you said you were wearing all black.
Yes,
What was Philip Campbell wearing?
all black as well.
Okay. Was Philip Campbell also wearing a mask?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you decide to bring a weapon with you?
If I'm going to do something, I'm always take a gun everywhere I go. I usually have a gun everywhere I go anyway, so I keep a gun anyway everywhere I go. So pretty much, if I'm going to do something wrong, I'm gonna have a gun with me. And especially if I'm talking about robbing someone, I most definitely need a gun because that's pretty much just gonna help you get what you want.
What do you mean by it's going to help you get what you
I
want?
mean, no one's gonna be just moved by you just saying, give me anything. Now, a gun, just persuasion is gonna get a person to get some act right.
Could you remind the court what type of gun you decided to bring?
A throwaway, a 38.
Okay. Did you have other guns?
Yes.
Why didn't you bring a different type of gun?
Because a revolver, it don't leave no, a revolver, I know it don't leave no shell casing. Plus, with me too, I just know with me, I feel safe with a revolver when I'm on a mission like this because I know a revolver won't jam.
Do you know what Campbell was carrying?
A 25 automatic.
Do you remember the exact time you left your parents' house?
No, I do not.
And I should ask, is all this was going on, were your parents at home?
No, not at all.
So I just want to make sure that we're perfectly clear. When you exited your parents' house,
Yes.
who was with you?
Just me and Phil.
Was Lamar Johnson there?
No.
Who stayed at your parents' house when you and Philip Campbell left?
Sid, Tiny, and Saran.
Okay. When you left your parents' house, was it daytime or nighttime?
It was night.
Okay. What door did you use when you left your parents' house?
The back basement door.
Why didn't you use the front door?
In my mother's homes, I never use the front door. I mean, it's just something I just don't do.
Why didn't you want to use the front door at your mother's home?
I mean, I never use my mother's front doors. It's just because I don't want nobody to see where I'm going if I'm coming and going from my mother's house. I don't want to burn my mother's house up.
What do you mean by you don't want to burn your mother's house up?
Get our house hot or letting anybody know where my loved ones stay at.
Were you afraid you might be in danger?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. As you were walking out the door, the back door of your parents' house, did you plan to kill Marcus Boyd that night?
That was not the plan.
What did you want to accomplish when you were leaving?
Robbery. And
so when you walked out the back door.
Be careful about backing up and simply repeating what I already asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
We don't have that kind of time.
Absolutely. I think this might be a helpful exercise, what I'm right about to do, Judge. Can you draw for the court the direction that you went to get to Marcus Boyd's house?
Well, he did say up the alley.
Okay.
He went down he said he went down, once he got up by the house, he went down the gangway, came around the front of the house, which point in time Marcus Boyd was sitting on the porch. Did I state that correctly?
yes.
I got it.
I'm glad, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So I want to get another diagram out.
I think this judge could have held this hearing by himself. Don't ask the questions I've already asked. Here's the evidence, Judge. Figure it out in our binder, not the state's binder, our binder. You know you don't like the state's binder.
Do you recognize the house in the photograph?
Yes.
Whose house is that?
Let the record reflect that it's plaintiff 16. Go ahead.
Yes, that's the house right there. The Marcus was sitting on that front porch there, and the white guy was sitting there too.
Can you tell the court when you approached the front porch Which direction did you come from?
Came out of this side here, this gangway right here off this side.
Okay, as we face the home, would that be the gangway to the
All right,
left there?
if I'm to right, all right, yeah, right. Where I'm facing is the left. If I'm this way, it's the right.
All right, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
This,
That-
this,
Yes.
this one right here?
Yes,
Okay.
and there was no fence there at the time. There was no fence there at the time either.
Yeah, are you saying, and I will, this photograph, you're saying the fence did not
Yeah, it
exist
did
there
not
back in
exist.
1994?
No,
This is a newer photograph that's happened since then.
Overall.
All right. When you got to the steps, did you recognize the white guy?
no, I don't know who he is.
Okay. And I'm trying to skip over a lot of ground you covered, Your Honor. Who, to the best of your memory, who shot first, you or Philip Campbell?
To be honest with you, I really don't know. It could have been Phil, could have been me. I just know where I ended up shooting him at. Where I ended up firing my shots.
All in all, how long were you and Philip Campbell on Marcus Boyd's porch?
Man, seconds, maybe 30, 40 seconds at the most. And that's a lot of time saying it.
And I'm going to skip over everything I think we've covered, Your Honor. Then you went back to your parents' house, you said.
Yes.
Who was at your parents' house when you arrived?
Saran, Cedric, and Tiny.
And you've talked about the gun, you've talked about the clothes, I'm going to skip over those. When you got back to your parents' house, had an ambulance or police arrived yet in Marcus Boyd's house?
Not yet.
Okay. How long do you think it took you to get back to your parents' house?
Shit, seconds.
Seconds?
Yes.
To the best of your memory, how many seconds do you think it took?
Maybe a minute, if that long.
Okay. So, throughout all the facts that you just described to the court today, was Lamar Johnson ever present with you the day that Marcus Boyd died?
No, he was not.
I'm a little curious. Both of you have guns on Boyd.
Mhm.
You went to Boyd for the purpose of stealing something.
Yes.
Boyd's a little bit of a problem. He doesn't give in right away. Why shoot without getting anything? Why not just leave? You're in mask, everything else.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good question, but once again, it was in a moment, and once gunshots. I mean, that's a good question, and again, it's the heat of the moment. Things are tense. Man, emotions are high, and things happen, man. Things happen, and happen fast. I mean, like I said, it wasn't planned. It wasn't premeditated at all. It's just something that happened, man. That's all I can tell you.
And could you remind the court, how old were you when this happened?
I was 17.
After Marcus Boyd's death, did the police ever knock on your parents' home to question you about the murder?
No.
Were you ever contacted by any investigators after Mr. Boyd's death?
No, I was picked up a few times, but never just immediately about his death or nothing like that.
And just to clarify, are you saying you were picked up for other crimes or
Yes.
investigations? Okay.
Yes.
What do you know? Actually, strike that. Did you hear what happened to Lamar Johnson with respect to the Marcus Boyd homicide?
Yes.
What do you remember hearing?
I think it was like, I don't know how many days later, but I know they had locked him up and Philip up. And so I just knew that.
Were you incarcerated yourself when you heard that they had locked Lamar Johnson up
No.
for killing of Mr. Boyd?
No.
So you were free on the streets at that
Yes.
time?
After the Marcus Boyd murder, how much longer were you a free man on the streets?
Maybe like 3.5 years.
When you heard that Lamar Johnson had been arrested for the Boyd homicide, did you take any action to come forward?
No, I did not.
Why didn't you come forward?
Because for one, I'm young at the time. I don't want to turn myself in for nobody's murder. And then for two, I didn't think they would convict him because shit, he had nothing to do with it.
Did you communicate at all with Lamar Johnson before his trial date?
No.
Did you later learn what happened to Mr. Johnson at his trial?
Yes, I did.
And so what did you learn?
I learned that he had got convicted of it and received a life sentence.
At that point, did you decide to come forward and fix it?
No, I did not. But from my understanding, him and Philip was already trying to get this going with what they have going now. They was already, speaking on this before I even...
Stop a minute. I think I understand what you're saying, but I need a little clarity in the record.
Meaning they was already putting things together with my names and things in it. So, saying that what I have done. At first, I'm going to be honest.
So he didn't come forward because they were already putting their appeals together. It's been 28 years, dude. Also, if you want him to speak up, tell him to use his crime voice. I'm sure he did not go and allegedly commit this act of violence that night and speak as softly as he is right now. Can I have your money, please? Thank you. Give me a break. Tell him to use that voice. Use his robbing people voice. We could hear him then and probably understand him.
When you said they were putting things together, you mean the police?
No, Lamar Johnson was putting...
Okay, Lamar Johnson was putting things together.
Yeah, he was letting it be known that he didn't do it and that I had done it. And at first...
Lamar Jackson was saying Johnson, I'm sorry. Yes. That's my fault. Whole other case.
Yes.
Lamar Johnson was saying you had done it.
Yes.
Now, what would make Lamar Johnson say you had done it? He wasn't...
Philip Campbell.
Oh, Philip Campbell told him?
Yes. And so they was already discussing me before I even got incarcerated. They was already doing this. And like I said, at first I was pissed off at them, upset, because I'm like, damn, we street people, you know what I'm saying? This ain't what we do. But then I got to thinking like, shit, if I was sitting in prison for somebody murder that I didn't commit, shit, I would probably do it too. It is what it is.
Did anybody, no, I'll say that one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you know if Philip Campbell's alive today?
No, I do not. I think I was told that he's not here anymore, I think, yes.
When was the last time you saw Philip Campbell?
It was in, I think, 97 in the old St. Louis City Jail. He was working in the kitchen and I was on my way to the workhouse.
Did you talk to him at all about the case?
For a brief moment. Matter of fact, I think it was 96, not 97, 96. I was on my way to St. Louis City Workhouse and he was working in the kitchen and he had told me he was taking a manslaughter plea or something like that.
So I think you've testified there were a few years where you were out free.
Yes.
Right. What did you do during that time period?
What did I do? The same things I always done, except I sold drugs and I worked at a nursing home.
Now, sitting here today, how long have you been incarcerated at this point?
Maybe 26 years.
26 years?
Yes.
What crimes were you convicted of?
Murder, burglary, assaults, a lot of crimes, it was just a lot. Home evasion,
When did those occur?
in October '97,
And can you tell the court the sentence that you're currently serving?
a life sentence.
Did you ever reconnect with Lamar Johnson?
The first time I was in Crossroads. I was cellmates with Stanford Morris, and he had received mail from Lamar Johnson, and that's how I got back in tune with him. I'm sitting in there, and he was like, "Man, I just got some mail from Lamar," and I'm like, I was feeling some type of way. And I told him like, "Man, tell him, man, if he needs some help with that, man, I'm willing, man, to try to help him out, man." And that's how this started.
Did Lamar Johnson send you a letter at that time?
No, he didn't.
Did Lamar Johnson personally approach you in any way?
No, he didn't.
And so what year do you think this was?
Maybe 2001 or 2.
Since you've been incarcerated, have you ever spent time in the same prison as Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Where did you serve time together?
In Charleston, Missouri,
Approximately what year was that?
2003 and 4, I think.
How did it make you feel to be around Mr. Johnson?
I avoided him
Why did you avoid him?
because shit, I didn't like seeing that. I mean, at the end of the day, man, I used to skip school at his house and stuff like that, man. He was my friend. He was a good friend of mine. And just seeing him, doing time for some stuff he didn't do, it bothered me.
Did you and Mr. Johnson ever talk about his conviction?
Once he told me, man, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. And I still avoid him.
How did that make you feel when he told you it wasn't your fault?
I mean,
Overruled.
it bothered me. I mean, it hurt my feelings. It bothered me.
When was the last time you and Mr. Johnson were together in the same prison?
Maybe 2005 or 6.
How long has it been since you've seen Mr. Johnson in person?
Since then,
So about 17 years.
yes.
Do you remember signing any affidavits in connection with this case?
Yes, in Charleston and in Potosi.
Did you write those affidavits yourself?
No, I did not.
Do you know who wrote the affidavits?
I know Dan wrote one. I don't know who wrote the other ones.
You said Dan?
Yes.
Who was Dan?
A private investigator, I believe.
All right.
Were those affidavits written in your own words?
No. The
Well,
one,
let me ask you a question. Did you read them over?
not for real. To be honest, I was just trying to get it out the way and get it taken care of.
Now, when you were signing the affidavits, you were aware that they were under oath, right?
They was
That you were signing under oath, right?
signing under oath
Yeah. Why did you decide to sign the affidavits?
because I was trying to right my wrongs that I've done to him. That's pretty much why I was signing.
Mr. Howard, how many times have you and I met?
Maybe 3 times, I believe, maybe 3 or 4 times.
When was the last time we met?
A couple of days ago.
During our conversations, do you remember whether I showed you Philip Campbell's affidavit?
Phillips, I don't recall. I think
Do you remember if we talked about whether there were any differences between your and Mr. Campbell's recollection?
yes.
And did we talk about some of the things that were in Mr.
Yes.
Campbell's affidavit?
Yes.
Did you have every opportunity to change your testimony before today so that it would fit with Mr. Campbell's affidavit?
Yes.
But are you testifying truthfully the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So, I think I'm almost finished, Your Honor. Mr. Howard, are you here to take the fall for Lamar Johnson?
No, I'm not.
Do you remember my colleague, Mr. Weiss?
Yes,
You remember we both met with you when
Yeah.
we had those meetings?
yes,
Has Mr. Weiss or myself ever offered you anything in exchange for your testimony?
no,
Has anyone from the circuit attorney's office offered you anything in exchange
No.
for your testimony?
no,
Has Lamar Johnson or his lawyers offered you anything in exchange for your testimony?
no,
Has Mr. Johnson's family offered you anything in exchange for your testimony?
no.
Have you been looking forward to testifying today?
I have, and then in the back of my mind, I was looking forward to trying to get it out the way. Let's put it like that. I'm trying to get this over with and try to fix this.
Is there a reason you're still reluctant to come forward?
Yes, like last night when I was on the phone, and that's the reason why it's just my child, just my daughter, not my son, but it's my daughter I'm worried about. She just feel like never say never, and so this is to her, this is just still in my fate. But at the end of the day, I had no choice.
Did you warn your kids that what they were going to be hearing about today?
No, I tried to avoid this. That's what I'm saying. I was talking to my friend. He said that when he asked her, she kind of got to talking about it, and he was like, "So somebody been talking to her." So this is what I was trying to avoid. Period.
When you say never about your daughter, what do you mean?
She just always got hopes of her father coming home one day.
Does she think that you might get pardoned or something like that
Yeah,
for some random reason?
Yeah, let her tell it. Yeah,
And what do you think? What are you afraid of about her reaction?
because I know this gonna kill all her hopes.
I think you just said that it's been 16 or 17 years since you've actually seen Mr. Johnson.
Yes.
Is there, since you're in the same room, you know if you're ever going to see him again?
I don't know.
Is there anything you want to tell Mr. Johnson while you're here today?
Just sorry things worked out the way it did, man. I really am.
So, in sum, Mr. Howard, did Lamar Johnson kill Marcus Boyd?
No.
Who did?
Philip, me.
Thank you.
I feel sorry for his daughter. She's innocent in all this, and to know that about her dad, be like, there's no chance of him coming home now. But it may mean his chance to go home.
Good afternoon, Mr. Howard.
Counselor,
Yes, Judge.
always ask the judge for permission to inquire.
Thank you, Judge. May I inquire?
Not at the moment. I'm trying to
This judge.
clear up something.
Absolutely, Judge.
I don't know that I've ever seen anything quite like him. I don't know how to take him. He's like a Sour Patch. He's Judge Sour Patch. First he's
Go
sweet,
ahead.
or
You may
first he's
inquire.
whatever they are.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Howard, you're about 5'6" tall, is that fair to say?
Yes,
Philip Campbell is about 5'8", would you agree with me?
probably so.
Lamar Johnson is, though, taller than both of you,
Yes,
correct? About 6 foot, 6'1". Is that fair to say?
yes,
Do you recall him driving a Delta 88 Oldsmobile in 1994?
yes,
Now, you previously testified that in October of 1994, you were occasionally living with your mother.
yes,
And that was at that 3944 Louisiana Avenue address, right?
yes, yes.
Now, the fastest route from your mother's house to Marcus Boyd's house It's just walking down Louisiana Avenue, is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're currently living at South Central, is that right?
Uh-huh.
And that's in Licking, Missouri?
Mm-hmm.
And how long have you been at that location?
Since 2010 or 11.
You lived in other facilities prior to that,
Yes.
right? And even though you're in the Department of Corrections, you still have the ability to talk to Lamar Johnson if you wanted to, right?
Probably so.
Okay. You previously testified that when you were with Stanford Morris, you received letters and
Yes.
you passed the message to Lamar Johnson.
Yes.
Through. So not uncommon in the Department of Corrections for people to send messages to others using kind of the grapevine.
No, it's not.
Not uncommon.
No, it's not uncommon.
Back in 1994, you were a member of the Dark Side group. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a gang, right?
Pretty much.
And that was a gang up by McCree? Is that
Yes, yes.
Okay. So, and McCree's not where your mother lives in Louisiana?
No.
All right, different location.
Yes.
Now, being part of a gang, it's not like a gym membership, right? Not everyone can join,
Pretty much.
right? And that's because you want loyalty to be a part of a gang.
Yes.
And being in part of a gang, what sort of activities would you do?
Everything. Just street things.
Street things like selling drugs,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And part of selling drugs, you have to do other activities like rob people, right?
Yes. You can. I mean, it's not a requirement or nothing like that. But
Right. But in order to protect your business,
certain things happen. Yes.
right, certain things happen to protect your business. And when you're doing those activities, you want to do that with people that you trust, right?
Of course.
And you're going to trust them with your life, right?
Yes.
And not only with your life, you're going to trust them not to snitch on you. Is that true?
Pretty much.
So you know these people through and through.
Yes.
And these are some people that you go way back, right?
Yes.
And back in 1994, your Dark Side gang was in a turf war with another group. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that other group also was called the Dark Side,
I
right?
mean, it was the same neighborhood. Yes.
Say that again?
The same neighborhood. Yes.
All right, so two
I mean,
gangs called Dark
it's
Side
not,
in the
it's
same
not
neighborhood.
they're not two different gangs. It's just the same people, just the neighborhood split apart pretty much.
The neighborhood was split apart
Yes.
between the two different
Yes.
Dark Side
Yes.
factions.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for clarifying. So it's split.
Yes.
I'm assuming then that there was some issue as to territory.
Yes. It's a little bit of everything. Yes. A little bit of everything. Yes.
You guys fight each other over territory?
I mean, yes, we shooting it out about stuff. Yes.
I'm sorry, repeat that answer.
We was having shootouts about a lot of stuff. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And that was going on from end of 1993 to 1994, correct?
I mean, a little later than that. Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Well, probably a little later than that. Yes.
Okay, a little later than that. But by October of 1994, the two Dark Side factions were in a turf war.
Yes.
And again, that was all the way up in McCree, though.
Mm-hmm.
And you called yourself the Dark Side in part because you wore dark clothing, right?
Yes, and the street lights, because we kept the neighborhood blacked out.
Okay, and that neighborhood was up in McCree, not
Yes.
Louisiana, right?
Yes.
Right. In this gang, you also wore face masks were common.
No, not all the time. Just if you're doing something wrong, yes, you got a face mask. Yes.
Right. Yeah, you're not walking around all the time.
Well, let me ask you a question that we should have gotten to already. Mr. Boyd, was he in one of these two gangs? Was he seated, Mr. Boyd?
Mr. Boyd was in, not that I, no, not from,
You didn't know him to be in your gang on the Dark
No.
Side?
no,
You didn't know him to be on the other
no,
Dark Side?
not that I know of.
So he wasn't involved in any of these turf battles,
Not that I know of, no,
to your knowledge.
to my knowledge.
So why are we going so deep into it?
Thank you, Judge, and if I may inquire more, hopefully I can clarify.
We'll see where you go.
Thank you. So the only way you knew Marcus Boyd was through Mr. Spates, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Spates went by Puppy.
yes,
Now Puppy was in your name.
yes,
And so you didn't know Marcus through Lamar Johnson.
no,
And you didn't know Marcus Boyd through Philip Campbell, right?
no.
Was Lamar Johnson in your gang?
Was he in my gang? Yes, he was part of me. Yes, he was my friend, so yes, I was, yes.
Yes, he was in your gang.
Hold on for just a second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And Stanford Morris, we've heard that name.
Yes,
He was in your gang too, right?
yes,
Some of these names we may not have heard of. I'm going to inquire with you now. Anthony Cooper, he was in your gang too.
yes,
Lamont McLean, he was in your gang, correct?
yes,
McLean. Philip Campbell.
yes,
Now, when you're in a gang, sometimes you have a street name and nickname, right?
yes,
And we've already heard yours is BA.
mhm,
Philip Campbell was Phil Bone.
yes, yes.
Lamont McLean, what was his nickname?
LA,
What did
Say that
that,
again?
LA,
what did that stand for?
just the abbreviation to his name, LA Mont, just the beginning of his name.
Anthony Cooper, what was his
L.A.
nickname?
Mott.
LA Mont, just because it's the beginning
His
of his
name was
name.
Lamont.
Yes. The spelling of a name,
I got you.
LA-M-O-N-E-T.
Anthony Cooper, what was his nickname?
Coop,
Stanford Morris, what was his street name or nickname?
Slim,
Swing,
Slim,
what did that stand for?
just was Slim.
What would he sling?
Slim, skinny, Slim,
Oh, thank you, sorry. And Lamar Johnson, what was
He
his
said
nickname?
slam.
Lamar.
Lamar didn't have a street name,
No, he ain't no street name, no.
but he was in your gang.
Yes,
Now, part of the reason to have a street name is so you're not using each other's name, right?
exactly.
But Lamar didn't have any protection from you all?
No, Coop didn't either. If we go in there, we call him Anthony Cooper, his whole name, so what are we doing?
But Mr. Spates went by Puffy.
Yes,
And Puffy on October 30th was in a neck brace, right?
he was in a neck brace, just had a halo taken off his head, I don't,
Because he was shot recently?
yes,
And you two were actually shot together,
not
correct?
at this moment, no.
Were you shot together on July 13th of
Mm,
1994?
No, March 95 when he died. We was shot to, I take that back, McCree and Lawrence. I can't recall when, but we was shot on McCree and Lawrence too together.
So you were shot in March,
Yes.
but you weren't shot in July with Cyrone Spates.
I don't know what month it was, but I remember we got shot on McCree and Lawrence, him in the arm and me in my thigh. And we went to St. Louis U.
And you were hitting your thigh, correct?
I think so, yes.
In your left leg?
Yes,
And you were rushed to the hospital in serious but stable condition, is
yes,
that true?
yes.
How long did you have a limp from that leg?
A limp.
How long were you injured with that?
And I was out the same day.
But the reason Puffy couldn't go and confront Marcus was because he was in a neck brace, right?
Yes, this was months later. This is a whole nother time when he got shot. Got shot on D. Tony in
There
his
was a lot
head.
of shooting back and forth. in that.
Yes, yes, it was.
And shooting at your gang, right?
Yes,
And then your gang returning fire.
yes,
The other faction of Dark Side, that included Charles Reed,
yes,
correct?
yes,
That included Paul Neely.
yes,
That included Marvell Reed, correct?
yes,
That included Keith Boyd.
yes.
Keith Boyd was actually murdered, wasn't he?
Keep the boy. I believe so, I guess.
And the witnesses to that homicide were Paul Neely and Marvell Reed, isn't that right?
Yes,
And they were actually murdered 2 weeks before Marcus Boyd, isn't that right?
correct.
Now, you were actually stopped as part of that investigation,
Yes,
and you were stopped with Lamar Johnson, correct?
yes,
You two were in the car together.
yes,
You were in his car,
yes,
that Delta 88, right?
yes,
And at that time, you actually denied being in the Dark Side gang, right?
I don't believe so. I mean, I can't never deny being in it when the police and everybody, detectives and everybody know who I am. So, I mean, I could tell you now I'm not a part of it, but we know what time it is.
So you've never denied that you were part of the dark side?
I don't believe so.
Now, Puffy's injury, how long was he in the neck brace?
He had a halo on for a few months, and then the halo got taken off, and then he had a neck brace on. Then he had a neck brace on for months because he even went to the workhouse with the neck brace on. So, yes, he had that on for months too. So.
Okay, months. But around October 30th, he wasn't in any condition to be confronting people, right?
Pretty much, no. Just the attitude he had, but no.
Was he pretty much just kind of housebound, not really getting out much?
No, he was getting out, but he just was stiff, meaning if he turned, he got to turn his whole body because his neck was, he ain't have full range of motion to his right or his left.
And you were concerned you didn't want him going and talking to Marcus?
No, I did not. That's my best friend once again.
Because you knew that going to talk to Marcus could end in a confrontation?
Of course.
But Marcus wasn't violent to your knowledge, right?
Not to my knowledge, but if you approaching somebody,
you want to take everything you have, right? If you have a gun,
I'm gonna take precautions with everything I do.
Right.
Once again, I've been shot multiple times, man. I live life, man. So, like at times, I carry more than one gun.
And if you had two guns that night, you would have taken two.
I've had plenty of guns, but that night I just took one gun.
Right, but you took Philip Campbell.
Yes.
And Philip Campbell had a gun.
Yes.
Did Philip Campbell wear his own clothes when he went to Marcus Boyd's house?
No, he had some of mine. I believe he put on some of my jogging pants and a black hood out of my basement.
Where did Philip Campbell go after the Marcus Boyd homicide?
He left in the direction of Osage up towards Grand.
And when did he leave after the Marcus Boyd homicide?
I mean, I kind of cleared house before 11 o'clock, before everybody started showing up.
So he left right away?
Everybody left, not just right away, but as soon as we got to the house, had conversations, then everybody got to disperse.
Okay, but everyone dispersed before law enforcement got there?
Before my parents got there.
I see. But that night?
Yes.
Okay. Philip Campbell didn't wait days and days?
Mm-mm.
Now, you've actually signed three affidavits.
Yes.
3 affidavits.
Yes,
right?
I did, yes.
One was in 2002, right?
Yes,
One was in 2005, correct?
I guess, yes.
Permission to approach, Judge.
You bet.
I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit UU. Is that your 2002 affidavit?
Yes.
And at the top, it says your name, right?
Yes, it does.
And it says being duly sworn upon my oath, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to turn the page. On the back, that's your signature, correct?
Yes, it is, yes.
And when you sign this document, you validated that everything in here was true and correct. Correct, right?
Yes. I know what we're getting at her. No, I said yes, I know where she's going with this.
Where I'm going is paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 states Philip stayed at my house until the afternoon of November 3rd,
Right.
1994, when he stated he was going to catch the bus home. Is that what that says?
Right.
I'm now handing you what has been marked as TT. Is this your 2005
Yes.
affidavit?
Yes,
And that's your name at the top?
exactly.
And it says being duly sworn upon my oath. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm turning to the second page. That's your signature, correct?
Yes, it is.
And it's notarized?
Yes, it is.
In paragraph 3, it says the same thing, right?
Uh-huh.
Paragraph 3 says Philip stayed at my house until the afternoon of November 3rd, 1994,
Yes.
when he stated, I apologize, when he stated he was going to catch the bus home.
Exactly. Uh-huh.
Judge's face, what do you think about it? He looked annoyed at that prosecutor or whatever she is. Like, you really just gonna read that affidavit off to him? You trying to get him? You trying to trip him up? Then he like tilts his head sideways. I can't tell if he's believing you, not believing you. I think he's not believing, but I just can't figure him out. I guess that's good if you're a judge. Yes, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. He, he is like a parent who's listening to their kid tell a BS story, but I can't tell who he thinks is telling the story, her or the witness, because he just was like, looked annoyed. Yeah, I'm with you. So weird. Yeah, I think the storms are here, so be ready. Well, that is true. That is true. He might be waiting to collect that pension, and good on him. I just don't know.
Now, you previously testified that when you went to Marcus Boyd's home, you went down a back alley, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you went down that back alley, you approached the house from the gangway?
Yes.
To my knowledge, it doesn't have the exhibit number. I'm just holding it as a demonstrative. Would be a good idea to give it an exhibit number.
Yes, Judge, I believe, we were informed this was 218, is that correct?
Yeah, 218 sounds right.
Exhibit 218? Gotcha. Go ahead.
I mean, I believe I recall you testifying on direct and being shown, so that route is kind of back here, back in the alley to the house, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Now, you executed the third affidavit, which was in 2009, is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Permission to approach, Judge.
You may.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit SS. That's your name at the top, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this affidavit says, first being duly sworn and upon my oath states as follows. Did I read that right?
Mhm.
Is her? Did I read that right? Him. Mm-hmm. Sounds like my husband and I answering each other. Mm-hmm.
Turning to the second page, going to the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph. Do you see that paragraph?
Yes.
In your affidavit, you state, Campbell and I left my mom's house and walked north on Louisiana along the sidewalk on the same side of the street as Marcus Floyd's house. Did I read that correctly?
Yeah, you read that correct, but that's wrong.
So you lied in this 2009 affidavit?
No, I didn't, of course, I must didn't read it because that's not me. I didn't personally write that myself. Someone was writing while I was talking, and that's not correct. Why would I go down the street, right down the street, straight to my parents' house after a crime? It doesn't make sense.
No, Mr. Howard, this is going to the murder.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense either. I'll be setting my house on fire, and I don't even use, and as I told the court, I don't use the front of my parents' house at all.
So this affidavit is incorrect.
Yes, that paragraph is incorrect.
What else in this affidavit that you signed is incorrect?
To my knowledge, I know that's incorrect about going down the front of the house. I know that's not correct.
Okay, everything else in this affidavit that you executed is correct, though.
I mean, to my knowledge right now, yes, I told the truth in most of the stuff I said in her, man.
And most of the stuff you said in here,
Yes.
but you signed this affidavit with
Yes.
lies.
No, I didn't. And once again, I was just signing something to get it over with, get it done with. I did not proofread or go with any of these affidavits. I don't even know who wrote the first two affidavits.
You would have signed anything that was put in front of you, correct?
Yeah, if it was to help Lamar out, because I know he didn't commit this crime. Yeah,
You would have done anything to help Lamar Johnson.
yeah, get out this situation because he had nothing to do with this.
That's your signature there,
Yes,
correct?
it is.
And that's Dean Grothhouse's
Yes.
signature?
Yes, it
Are
is.
you aware that Dean Grothhouse is an investigator for the Innocence Project?
I knew he was an investigator, but I didn't know he was an investigator for him too.
So your testimony today is that you didn't take that direct route like it says in your 2009 affidavit?
No, I did not.
You went back the alley?
Yes, and came back down now.
And came up that gangway?
Yes.
You were also wearing a mask when you committed this homicide. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
And what was that mask like? What material, I'll rephrase, what material was that mask made out of?
It's like black and polyester,
So a thin material,
pretty much.
not woolen, not thick.
No.
You're confident about that?
Yeah, the mask I had was thin, yes.
Now, this white guy that was on the front porch with Marcus,
Mhm.
you knew he would be there, correct?
Yes, somebody told us he was on the porch.
And that's because the two Cumming brothers,
Yes, yes.
they walked by that house, right?
They came down.
They saw Marcus.
Well, they didn't just walk by, they drove down.
Okay, thank you. They drove by the house, but they saw Marcus and this white guy on the front porch, right?
I guess so.
And they told you about that.
Yes.
Now, the white guy who was on the front porch, he was a pretty big guy.
Yes.
About 6 foot, 6
Yeah,
foot
a
1.
little over 6 feet, yes.
Bigger than both you and Philip Campbell
Yes,
by quite a bit.
yes.
And even though you knew there was a larger male on the front porch, you
Yes.
decided this was a good time to approach Marcus.
I mean, shit, when we came around, it was what it was.
What do
Yes.
you mean by it was what it was?
I mean, we had guns, ma'am. It didn't matter who was on that porch. And as you see, it just didn't matter.
And despite you having guns, you still get into a scuffle with
Yes,
Marcus
'cause
Boyd.
didn't expect that to happen.
And you got so close to you got pretty close to Marcus Boyd, right?
Yes.
I mean, are we talking inches away?
I had my hands on them, so yes.
Inches away. And even though you're inches away, you're not sure you got any blood on you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That was your testimony during
Fact.
direct?
Yes.
You also testified during direct that shots were going at the same time. Did I hear that correctly?
I mean, once he fired, then yes, I fired, I guess. Could have. Once again,
I believe I wrote it down, and I wrote down that the judge asked you, both of you were shooting together. Do you remember that question?
no, I mean, I guess he said that, yes, okay.
And you said yes. Did I hear that correctly?
Okay, if that's what I said, then yes,
Is that what you said?
yes.
Do we have an autopsy report in this case?
Judge, there was an autopsy report done, yes.
Can you isolate it for me and make sure I get it as an exhibit?
I am making a note of that, Judge, and we will do that. Permission to approach, Judge.
You may.
Thank you. Handing you back what has been marked SS. This again is the 2009 affidavit, is that correct?
Mhm.
And this is the affidavit that some things are right and some things are lies, correct?
Of course, let's go.
I'm turning to the third page in the first paragraph. Do you see that?
Uh-huh. It's about the top.
Did you say right at the top?
That's where you point at, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
I'm going to read that. Then I thought, I apologize, scratch that. I apologize. I'm turning to the second page. And this says, almost immediately, Campbell reached down, placed his .25 pistol against the side, and fired off several shots into Marcus.
Right.
Your testimony today is that you were both shooting at the same time.
As soon as he started firing, yes, the gun I had it already cocked. And as soon as he started firing, my first shot went off, yes. So pretty much, yes.
And during this entire time, from when you get to the porch, when you're on the porch, and when you leave the porch, do you ever hear a woman scream?
I seen the shadow from the top of the steps, but to be honest with you, I was not paying attention that it was time. I was trying to get out of there. We was trying to go. It wasn't about seeing nobody or being seen. We was trying to get up out of there.
Affidavit, correct?
Okay.
I think so.
And you were informed of that prior to your testimony here today, correct?
I know I was told of it.
And when you were told that, were Lamar Johnson's attorneys in that conversation with you?
No, I don't think so. Who was it?
You're represented in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is your attorney's name?
I can't tell you. I didn't get the. Before I signed contracts, I didn't get. I didn't get everything back yet. I know it was someone out of. I can't tell you. I can't call.
Were you aware that your attorney was on the board for the Innocence Project when they were investigating the Lamar Johnson case?
No.
You were not informed of that?
No.
She does
You're
not like
positive that you took the clothes, Philip Campbell's as well, and washed them at your house, correct?
I'm quite sure, but man, it's been like damn near 30 years ago. I can't remember exactly everything. Only thing I can tell you is the whole facts, and the truth is, that's what happened, man. Is we went up there from the alley, came around the front, things got out of hand, got shot, ran back down, and that was it. That's all I could tell you. That's what I could for sure tell you is that I shot him. I know what happened with that. That's all I could give you. The rest of this is I don't know where we're going with this. The very hard stuff I can recall for you, but the small, exact to the detail, I can't give you that. It's like I said, this is damn near 30 years ago. I can't give you everything. I can't, man.
One moment, Judge, I apologize. You said you don't recall your attorney's name. Would John Amesbury sound familiar?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Okay. And during the homicide, when you approached, Marcus and the white guy were standing up, correct?
No, Marcus was sitting on the steps, and I believe the white guy jumped up immediately
Where did the white guy go when he jumped up immediately?
to the right-hand corner of the porch.
But you remained on the porch.
Yes, he did.
And while on the porch, you're struggling with Marcus,
Right.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And after you're struggling with Marcus, Philip Campbell goes over to you, correct?
Goes over to me. Yeah, he came to while I was wrestling with him. Yes.
Okay, and shots just start going off.
Yes. Yes.
Where does the white guy
He
go?
stayed a third to the right side of the corner of the porch.
The circuit attorney's office asked you if they had offered you anything in exchange for your testimony. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned that you're serving a life sentence.
Yes.
But it's actually a little more than life, isn't it?
Yes.
You were found guilty of murder in the first degree, correct?
Yes.
And you received life without the possibility of parole.
Yes.
And you were charged with armed criminal action, count 2, right? You received life on that one, correct?
Okay, where are we going with this?
Did you receive life on the armed criminal action count?
Okay, so once again, I'm not getting out of prison. Where are we going with this?
Did you?
Ask the question, please.
Yes.
Count 3 was robbery in the first degree, correct?
Yes.
And you received 30 years on that count, right?
Yes.
Count 4 was armed criminal action, correct?
Yes.
You received 75 years on that.
Yes.
Count 5 was burglary in the first degree, correct?
Yes.
15 years for that one.
I guess yes.
6 was another robbery first on that count, right?
Yes.
30 years in the Missouri Department of Corrections for that count.
Yes.
The 7th was armed criminal action, correct?
Yes.
And that was 75 years in the Missouri Department of Corrections.
Yes.
8, burglary, correct?
Correct.
15 years in Missouri Department of Corrections.
Yes.
9 was assault in the first degree, is that correct?
Yes.
10 was armed criminal action again, correct?
Yes.
75 years in Missouri Department of Corrections for that one.
I guess.
And then you had 2 counts of forcible sodomy, is that correct?
Yes.
Life on both of those counts.
Yes.
And that, so life without the possibility of parole, 3 lives, and then if you do all the math, that's 345 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was to run consecutively, is that correct?
I guess correct.
Like he
Are
said,
you
he's
guilty of
never
that
getting
crime?
out.
Am I guilty of that crime? Yes.
What is the
I apologize, Judge.
Ask me how he died.
In case 22971-04189C, was that the case for all those counts I just read off?
I guess, ask me, how did he die?
How you got it?
How did he die?
Well, I mean, I heard a lot of stuff there other than just the death. So maybe you should, when you say that crime, or
Thank you, Judge.
might want to isolate a count or something like that.
On that case and all those counts, are you guilty?
Yes, and I held his head forward too when I cocked the gun and shot him in his head this exact same way twice in the back of his head.
And you actually took 4.
That's your,
I'm trying to make something clear. It's a shit. If I'm gonna tell it all, man. It's a method to my madness, man. I mean, I killed him the exact same way. I fired 2 shots in the back of his head.
that's your thing, so to speak, your approach.
Yes,
How close is your gun to somebody's head?
I put it directly on it.
Say that again?
I put it directly on. I mean, burrow the skin.
Oh, right up on it.
Yes,
And did the same thing occur with boys?
yes.
But again, you don't know if you got blood on you in the Marcus Boyd homicide.
No, that's why I put the clothes in a wash to destroy the clothes. Devices, we just throwing them away that they would have my DNA on it or blood.
Anybody
whatever.
find that medical examiner's report yet? Could you coach, please? You may. Just give it to me, please.
Ought to be interesting.
Thank you.
In this case, I just asked you, the over 345 years that you're
Yes.
currently serving,
Yes,
your judgment proof on that, right?
yes.
You lost all your appeals,
I mean, I really didn't try.
really didn't try, so you lost all of them, right?
Yes,
There's no hope of you leaving the Missouri Department of Corrections.
not to my knowledge, unless the law was changed.
At the time of your sentencing, though, you told the court that you were innocent of those counts, correct?
Yes,
You said to the court that you were guilty of by association, is that right?
pretty much.
Hold on just a moment, Councilman. You may continue. The medical examiner is movement by way of relatives exhibit number 65, and I have received that. I'm assuming there's no objection to authenticity?
Regarding the autopsy report, Judge?
Correct. Dr. Graham did it, all right.
No further questions on behalf of the state.
All right. Any further, is there a redirect?
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down. No sitting back to recall, in case I need to recall it. Get back to me on Wednesday as to whether or not we can send it back. All right.
Must just be going to the jail. I'm with you, George. I love mornings too.
All right. So ordered. Deputies don't have any. All right. Thank you.
I love the hour and a half that I have by myself every morning the most. Nobody's there except the dogs. They eat and go back to sleep. It's just me.
Anything further?
Yes, Your Honor, we have another witness.
All right. You need a break? All right, let's call it for 10. Deputy Court is being recessed for 10 minutes. All right.
Oh, nice and quiet. There's the floor. All right, well, it's a good thing Hera's not in here because she hates state seals for some reason. Thinks they're horrible things. I don't know that the state made any headway there. I mean, other than the fact that they're insinuating The guy has 345 years to serve. He's there, and he has 0 to lose by saying he did this crime. Are you talking, Judge? I can't tell if he's all right.
All right. Division 17 is back in session.
Oh, I
You may all be
Roseanne.
seated.
That's why Miss Madison will be staying with me.
Solicitor, did you guys give me a witness list by any chance? I know there was a discussion of one being filed, but do you have your witness list available by any chance? I will look for it. All right. If you could have someone who's having your next witness? All right, so while he's doing that, if you can look for it. Go ahead, Mr. Weiss.
This is the attorney that can't string 2 sentences together that did the opening. I think this was
First,
Mr.
go over here.
Hawkins,
To be sworn.
the eyewitness that recanted.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please give your name to the court.
Yeah. All right.
Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Elking, so speak up loud and not too fast so we can all hear you and the court reporter can take down your testimony, okay?
You got it.
Thank you, sir. Would you tell the court your full name, please?
James Gregory Elking,
Where do you live,
Let's
sir?
just spell your last name. I may have been writing it down wrong.
Elking.
Thank you. I thought it was Elkins. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Counsel.
Where do you live, sir?
Here in House Springs, Missouri.
Are you currently married?
No.
Are you currently employed? Do you have a job?
I'm self-employed.
What do you do?
I'm a construction worker.
Back in 1994, were you married?
Yes, sir.
What was your wife's name?
Kelly.
And did you have any children?
Yes, I did.
How many children did you
2
have?
children. I had a son, Greg, and I had a daughter, Rachel.
Tell us a little bit about your education, sir. Did you go to high school here in St. Louis?
Yes, I did. I went to CBC high school out in Clayton, and went till around half of my junior year. It was like the winter break or the Christmas break that I dropped out.
Dropped out of CVC in your junior year?
Yes,
Okay, sir. And I gather your parents were getting divorced about that time, right?
yes, they were.
And after you dropped out of CBC, did you move out of St. Louis for a while?
Yeah, they sent me to my grandparents where I was born in Hobart, Oklahoma.
Okay. How long did you stay down there?
I'm going to say from almost a year, 9 months or so, 9-10 months.
Did you come back to St. Louis then?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you live with?
At first, I lived with my stepfather, and it didn't work out so well. Problems, a little bit, and wound up living with my mother.
Okay, sir. Were you working, or did you work after you got back from living with your grandmother and moved back to St. Louis?
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit about your work history.
I've worked in warehouses. I've worked in printing companies. I've worked on cruise lines, and then I got into carpentry, construction, and I've been doing that on and off since I've been probably in my mid-20s, and still doing it today.
So before you got married to Kelly, did you work for cruise lines and Delta Cruise Lines also?
Yeah, it was called the Clipper Cruise Lines, and that one was based out of Clayton, and it was on the ocean. And I worked for them for a couple of years. Then when I got done with them, I worked for Delta Queen Steamboat Company down in New Orleans on the paddle wheel boat up and down the Mississippi.
What kind of work did you do for these cruise lines?
I was a cook.
Okay, did you have any training to be a cook?
Yeah, they Clipper sent me to Culinary Institute of America in Poughkeepsie, New York. When I would have my vacation time, you would work 3 months on and then get a month off, and I would like take 2 weeks out of my month and go to school there and get certificates for cooking.
What did your dad do?
My stepfather, which, you know, he adopted me when I was young, but he's my dad. He worked at McDonnell Douglas and retired from there.
Was he an electrical engineer out at Mac?
Yes, he was an electrical engineer, and he also was a electrician. He had his own company, Elking and Sons Electric.
Did your mother pass away in 1991?
Yes, he did.
And you got married after that?
Yes.
You got married in 1993?
Yes.
At any time before Marcus Boyd was killed, did you know Lamar Johnson?
No, I did not.
Did you live in Louisiana Street where the murder occurred?
No, I did not. I didn't. I lived not far from there, a few blocks, but no, I never lived on Louisiana.
Did you know Marcus Boyd?
I knew Marcus through work, a temp service that I was going through at the time. Sent me to a work called Sayer Printing Company, and that's where I met Marcus.
Both of you guys worked there?
We both worked there.
You become acquaintances?
Yeah, we did. We wound up becoming, you know, friends at work, and we would share rides back and forth to work.
At that time, or in this time frame, did you use drugs?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, did you have an addiction?
Yeah, I was call it a binge. I was a binge addict. I would, you know, with crack, cocaine, and, you know, pills, painkillers and stuff. But yeah, I kept on a job and, you know, tried to hold my marriage together as best I could. And but yes, I had a problem with crack.
Were you living on Bamberger Street at the time Marcus Boyd was killed?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn that Marcus Boyd was selling drugs?
Yes, I did.
Crack cocaine?
Yes.
And did you ever buy drugs from Marcus Boyd?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Phil Campbell at that time?
No, I did not.
Did you know James Howard at that time?
No, I did not.
On October 30, 1994, in the night, did you go over to Marcus Boyd's house?
Yes.
When you got there, was anyone home?
No, when I first got there, I knocked on the door. I was dropped off by my brother. I was out at my brother's house, and my brother had dropped me off right at Grand and Chippewa, which if I made a left, I could go home. It was a couple blocks, but if I made a right, I could go to Marcus's. And I did, and it was a couple blocks from where I got dropped off. And I walked up there and knocked on the door, and no one answered.
Did you stay there or leave?
Well, as I was turning around from banging on the door for a few minutes, I turned around. He was coming down the street, and he was pulling up parking, and he was in a tracker, or looked like a little bitty Jeep, but I knew it wasn't his, and because I knew that car when I had never rode in it. So, but when he pulled up, they got out the door. I was kind of like just looking at him, and then when they opened the door on the passenger side, which was his girlfriend, he yelled out, you know, what was I doing? What's up?
So he was with his girlfriend.
Yeah, his girlfriend and his baby.
His girlfriend was Leslie Williams.
Yes.
Did you know Leslie?
Sorry, did you say his girlfriend and a baby? I didn't hear you correctly.
Yes. Yes.
All right,
Their baby.
So,
thank you.
so
Go ahead.
Marcus and Leslie had a small child. Baby,
Yeah.
right? And you knew that because you worked with him and
Right.
you got
And I knew Leslie just, you know, not well, but just enough that I knew it was his girlfriend and they had a baby, and I would say hello and I was cordial and she was cordial to me.
So after they got home, did they tell you just to wait, we're going to put the groceries away?
Yeah, he asked me what I was doing over there, and because it was late at night, and said I wanted to holler at him, and he said, all right, we'll give him a second, and he took his girlfriend and the baby and some few bags of groceries that looked like up the stairs to their apartment, and I waited out on the front porch for him until he came back down.
Let's describe, this was what, around 8:30, 9 o'clock at night?
That's kind of small, so I'll overrule you.
What time of the night was this?
It was late, yeah, I would say 8 or 9.
Were the street lights on?
The street lights were on, but their street lights were either broke out or there wasn't a lot on that street. But yeah, there were street lights were on.
You remember there was some light coming down the stairs, the screen door was closed.
That's a little bit on the leading side. Why don't you just ask him what he saw?
Tell me, was there a light coming from the apartment?
Yes, his upstairs apartment had a screen door on it, and the screen door, the biggest part, or the top part of it had a screen on it, and they left the door was open, and the light from the stairs going up there, that hallway was still shining out on that front porch.
What were you doing over there?
I went over there to ask him if I could buy some crack.
What did he tell you?
No, because I didn't have cash, and I asked him if he would front me some, and he said no. He didn't like me using, but I meant, you know, he did sell to me, but he'd always try to encourage me not to, and especially it was the beginning of the week, and he knew we were going to go to work tomorrow, and he was just telling me no, he didn't have it, or, you know, he was low and telling me no, but, you know, I was trying to be persistent, and so I stayed there and tried to talk him into it, and that's it.
You didn't get any drugs that night, did you?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to show you what has been the Circuit Attorney's Office Exhibit 59. So I'll walk over, hand it to you. That may I walk over, hand it to you?
You may.
I think it's in your book, Your Honor. Exhibit 59. Chapter 59. You guys have a book. Pardon? You got a book? You got a book? Anyway,
Hold that up for a minute, sir. All right. I have it. I have exhibit 59
Thank you, Your Honor.
in front of me. Thank you.
can you tell me what Exhibit 59 is, sir?
That's the front porch of his residence, Marcus Boyd's residence.
that where you are? Were you there on the porch with Marcus Boyd?
Yeah, I was sitting on that top step facing the street, and there's his screen door with the stairs going up with he had the hall light, so that was the light that was out on the front porch. It was me and him.
So how long do you think you were there talking to Marcus?
Not long.
15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, 15, 20 minutes at the most.
Given this photo, were you being interviewed by the police when this photo was taken, or were you gone?
I was gone.
All right.
So did you bring over an answering machine, telephone answering machine?
Yeah, from my brother's, from my mother's house after she died. He had some stuff of hers, and he wasn't using. And that night, I had brought home a bag of some stuff, and in there was it was a voice recording message machine. A telephone. It also had a telephone on it back before beeper. Well, the beepers and stuff, but yeah, just a telephone recording answering machine.
Were you going to try to trade that for your drugs?
I asked him if he could use it, and he told me no.
So as you were sitting there on the porch that night, let me show you this first. This is Exhibit 61. Can you identify that for us?
Yeah, that's the front porch where I was sitting.
What's that?
That's the bag that I brought there that after I left it there.
That's what you were trying to trade for the drugs?
I did. I asked him if he could use it, and like I said, he told me no.
So here we are, 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, dark street, you're sitting there talking to your friend, co-worker, Marcus Boyd. What happened?
I was sitting next to that right there. If you see that brick, right, that brick wall right there on the porch, I was sitting down on that first top step.
What's the number of the exhibit you're looking at, sir?
61.
All right.
There's also a 59, which may be.
Hold on. Show me your 61.
Here's my 61.
Okay, that's not quite the same as my 61.
Different 61, Your Honor?
Yeah, maybe there's another
I'll give
picture
you.
up on it. Yeah, there is a different 61, Counselor. Here's my 61. See that? That's it. I'll just go ahead and accept this as exhibit
Make a
CAO
61A.
exhibit 61B.
Okay.
Go ahead, Counselor.
So go ahead. I was sitting on that top step. Marcus was next to me, kind of in the middle of the stairs. A person or so, difference between me and him. And as I was sitting there, like I said, we were talking, and he was telling me, no, why don't you go on home, and I'll see you tomorrow, at work and everything. And at that time, two masked men come around the side of his house, and when they came around, it startled me. And I remember Marcus first, because I was looking at Marcus, and I remember him getting startled or something, and kind of moving kind of fast. And when he did, I turned my head to look the way he was looking, and like it was two masked gunmen coming around. And the reason I say gunmen, because as they were coming around, when I seen them, they were actually pulling back the slides of their gun, cocking their gun, and it startled me. And when it did, I remember the first guy that came around that was closest to me tells me, you know, puts his gun on me and says, "Get the fuck up." And he was kind of grabbing for me. And I remember the second guy that was the gunman kind of running past me or on the side of me, just going on the side of me. And and I knew Marcus, I could just feel Marcus, you know, trying to get up and get away. And, but the gunman that put his gun on me grabbed my arm in a way with his hand without the gun, and grabbed it and just told me to get the fuck up, and kind of just pulled me up a little bit. And I got up, and as I did, I went down the stairs and I turned on the grass. If you see on 59, where I came down the stairs, and on the grass part, I kind of turned around there with my hands up in the air. And that gunman that had his gun on me he was down on the ground level. And as I come around and spin around, I seen what appeared that second gunman and Marcus. They were struggling, and it looked like the guy was on top of Marcus, like Marcus never got up fully from being, you know, sitting down with me. So I'm almost positive he was on his butt, and the other guy was kind of on his neck, and, you know, was on top of him. And I remember the one guy, he had his gun on me, and I was focused on that because it was, you know, I was scared to death, and I thought he was going to shoot me. And anyway, like I said, I seen the guy up there with Marcus. He put the gun on Marcus's, around his neck area and his shoulder area, and pulled the trigger, and that was the first shot. And from there, the guy that had his gun on me turned and put his gun up against Marcus's ribs and pulled the trigger, another shot. And, you know, and it, like I said, it was just surreal. And I could actually I could just see the flash of, you know, just going into his skin and lighting up his, you know, the inside of his body almost. It was unreal. And they sat there and did that while I was with my hands up. And the guy that was on the ground floor that first told me to get up, he would just briefly pull his gun back, and while the other guy was shooting him and kept putting the gun up on Marcus's body and shooting him. And then he would turn and just, you know, put his gun on me, and then go back and put his gun up on Marcus and shoot him. And then the last thing I remember was Marcus falling over backwards, and then the guy that was up on the porch, he fired 2 more shots that weren't on his body. And then I seen the actual flame come out of the gun, and a lot of shots. And they both came. The other one that was up there, he walked down, and they both put their gun on me. And I just remember them kind of chuckling, kind of snickering, like, you know, they scared the shit out of me. And they just calmly put their guns down, turned around, and went back down that hallway walking. And when they did that, I turned and ran. Yeah, I guess they went to they just went back down that side like the way they came. And I turned instantly and took off, and I ran across the street down another alley, because of the way that the streets were there was streets that were kind of coming into Louisiana. And I ran down an alley and then through a yard. And I remember going through a yard, I guess people had heard the shots, and some guy came out with a shotgun and put a shotgun on me. And, you know, and it was just, and I was like, you know, a guy got murdered over there. And I just took off running, and I kept running and trying to zigzag in and out of alleys and different yards, because I didn't know if they, you know, wanted to change their mind and come and get me and shoot me or what. So I got all the way home, and by the time I got home, my wife wasn't there yet. with my kid, Greg, and so I ran into the house and I was looking for her and they weren't there. And then as I was coming out of the house, she was pulling up, and that's when I told my wife that I just witnessed a murder. Marcus just got shot a bunch of times. He's dead. I go, I don't know if these guys know where I live or anything. I said, why don't we pack some stuff and get out of here? So we threw a bag together, some diapers and stuff for the baby, and we took off and went to my sister's out in Lime.
So let's go back to the shooting.
Yeah.
Did you notice Leslie Williams, Marcus Floyd's girlfriend, coming down the steps?
No. No, I didn't notice it. I didn't even, like I said, I was just focused on what was happening in front of me.
Do you recall whether or not the assailants were wearing black or dark clothing?
They were wearing dark clothing.
Describe the mask for us.
The masks they were obviously dark, either very dark blue or black. And all they had was just, you couldn't see no mouth or no eyes. You couldn't see no lips, no nose, because that was all like sewed up or just the way the mask was. And all it was you could just see they had the eyes cut out like that, you know, and they were wearing dark clothing.
How long did this incident take place, the shooting?
I mean, it felt like 10 minutes to me, but it probably a couple seconds, you know, seconds, I'm sure.
So, Jonathan, could you get the Black Hawk jacket out for us, please?
All right, don't unalive me, but I'm gonna have to pause it there because I need to go feed the dogs and get ready to go to dinner. So sorry. We will pick up Friday and continue on this fun path. I keep waiting for the judge to ask questions about he wanted the autopsy photos to see, and then he didn't say anything. I want to see. I don't want to see the photos. I'm good with that. But I'd like to see if the wounds line up to where either one of these guys are saying they do, especially the guy that says he did it. Because this guy's he's very similar, but he was a little off up this area. So I don't know. But I so far think the judge is very, very heavily favored towards the defense here. All right. I don't know if you can hear they know I'm getting ready to come feed them, so they're super excited. Yay, me. So, all right. I will see you guys Friday. That's my plan. You know, things are always subject to change, but I don't anticipate it. So, thank you for hanging out with me today, and have a great rest of your day. Or George, you should probably be getting ready to go to bed soon. It's late. It's like 9:30. And I will see you guys all later. So that's all I got. So, all right. Bye.